Welcome to Tabletop Cinema, where we bring together the worlds of filmmaking, tabletop role-playing, and video games. I'm your host, Mikey, a freelance filmmaker, tabletop RPG game master, and variety streamer on Twitch. I don't think I'm ever going to get tired of saying that opening spiel. Hello there, Vano. Welcome in. We are not done with side quests yet, so we're going to do side quests in preparation for the big finale tomorrow, I feel. Unless we somehow finish everything in the first hour and then we have nothing left to do except the final mission. Meowdy Zen, welcome in. Always great to have you. Wait a minute. What? 16 closed? What? Thank you for the lurk, Zen. Alright, tonight is a night of preparation. We will do all the content that we missed. We will read all the lore entries, and we will prepare for the final assault on Ultima's lair. Alright. No problem, Zen. You gotta be busy, I appreciate you dropping by despite being so busy. So let's take a look at our new memories that we made along the way. We finished a few side quest arcs. The Vale signboard. The emblem of the Vale. North reaches far-famed house of ill repute. The town is the gateway to the imperial capital of Oriflamme, where waves of old money and new lap against the opposing sides of the Great Wall. However, the Vale's proprietor, Isabel, knows it best as a safe haven in a storm. The town that took in her and the man she loved when the rest of the world shunned them. We have the Briar's Kiss signboard. The emblem of the Briar's Kiss, the finest forge in Dalimil, run by its puckish and precocious young forge master, Lubor. He inherited both his forge and the role of desert hare from his predecessor, the original Ruzena Dalimil. Though the mayoralty of Dalimil he won entirely by his own merits and with the help of two kids who supported Lubor when the adult children were busy stoning Lubor. We have the Clayhearth signboard, the emblem of the Undying's headquarters in Tabor. The Undying are a secret society sworn to serve House Rosfield, and more particularly the dominants of the Phoenix that are born into the Rosfield line. Such is their acolytes' faith in the Phoenix. They will gladly surrender their lives if it should be for the benefit of their master. We have the Tri-Unity Accord, signed in Port Isolde by representatives from Rosaria, Dalmekia, and Sanbrek. This mutual accord sets the stage for a new age in Storm, if not officially, then at least in spirit. And this is one of my favorite side quests because it's just a great basis for a trilogy. I really hope they have 16-2 and 16-1 million, you know. This was an amazing side quest with Torgal. Shard Sparring Sword. Clive's old sparring sword, salvaged by Torgal in the aftermath of the Ironblood invasion, and hidden at Clive's original hideaway, the Rookery. It is a reminder of who Clive once was and who he has become, as well as of the unbreakable bond between lifelong friends. I think this is the only quest so far in the entire game that actually made me tear up. I really felt Sid's moment as well, but it was more oh, no tears, I love you, man. Because he was just such a positive force, you know? It's you just wanted to fight. Welcome in, Lichcasts. Hello there. Yeah, we did have an 8-hour stream yesterday. Because yeah, we're not even done with side quests. So we're gonna do hunt side quests, read the lore entries, and I think that's it before we jump into this. I don't know if this is the final mission, but we'll see. But we should actually, it should actually be over quickly. We'll see. A note of thanks. My Lord Marcus, I write to thank you for the kind consideration you have shown for those whose names are written within the pages of the Book of Martyrs. I know that it would move them deeply to know that the first shield of the Phoenix laments their passing. Though each and every member of our order stands ready to sacrifice their lives in service of the Phoenix, I do not doubt that those who are taken before their time go with regret for the long years of duty left undone. That they should live on in the memory of a proud son of House Rosfield such as yourself shall surely go some way to soothing their sorrows. May the Phoenix's flame burn ever in your heart, Cyril, bearer of the burning quill. That which conquers all. Love. Here, I was actually wondering, like, Isabel and what the hell was your plan? She didn't need any plans. She already won from the very beginning, right? Like, you just have to trust in the people's trust in her. That they were gonna weather the storm, and it is such a magical, happy ending. Suddenly, the elder was like, "I see it now. All my faults as a father and as the Emperor second. My life has changed now." And like, wow, that is quick. The power of love, everyone. That which conquers all. Here, not long removed from when last you placed yourself between us and peril, I sit and pen yet another letter in which I try and find the words to somehow express the gratitude of an entire town. Still, something feels different about our latest triumph. Where in the past we leaned ever so heavily upon your good graces, this time we found strength elsewhere, in ourselves. Our hardship has shown us that which should have been apparent all along. We are not as different as we want to believe. Does a peasant love his homeland any less than a noble? Does a bearer love his family any less than another man does his own? It is this love that has united us and given us true strength. Should every thrall, Akashic, bandit, and brigand in the realm come charging our gates, we will not fret, we will not falter, we will fight, and we will win. Isabel. What about love? Kuyu musical theme. What's reminded of this when you mentioned love in this context? What is this? The greatest magic of all is not friendship. Oh, it's a Dimension 20 skit.
Remember.
Oh, it's a game. Oh, right. Dimension 20 is an actual play.
Kristen, the greatest magic of all. Do you remember?
Is friendship.
What the is wrong with
Greatest
you?
magic of all.
The greatest
This winter at Disneyland.
Friendship? Are you? Are you a friendship? Friends die all the time.
Magic
What
of
an
all.
insane.
The greatest magic of all is the devil making us believe he doesn't exist.
No, that's a saying.
No.
Listen to me. Friendship, love, all this. Love is the greatest magic of all. So, in a war, and a mother and her children get iced in an alleyway outside of their home, was the problem that they didn't love each other
Are these
enough?
two PCs?
That's crazy, Kristen.
Yeah, I know.
That's crazy. Love is not magic. Magic is magic. Love is love.
Okay, what's the answer, cokehead?
Chronomancy! As I said, at your first day, the greatest magic of all is chronomancy. Around your neck, by your dog tags.
Uh-huh.
My watch.
I never watched Dimension 20. Like, how are they as an actual play? A new day. I am not so foolish to believe that a single shaming at the hands of the town urchins can dispel a lifetime of hatred built up in one's heart, just as a pot cannot be made clean by reminding it of its grime. It takes effort, persistence, and, more often than not, a stiff brush and bucket of lye. But more than that, it takes time. See, Lubor's a bit more realistic. Oh, so far we've had 2 fairy tale endings. Understandably, we don't have enough game, so they can't really explore, all the nuances of like that. But at least they set the stage, and I really hope they could explore it in a sequel. Fortunately, your courage and leadership has granted us just that. We must now decide whether to embrace or to waste it. A wise man once said the night is always darkest before dawn. Who said that anyway? It is a good thing then I count one who burns so bright amongst my friends. Luba. How's it going, Ditzy? Welcome in. Who played the Dimension 20 clip? I did, Vanoa. I did, Zen. Vanoa shared it, though. But you know what's another clip you should play? Ditzy's clips. Ditzy, also a VTuber and fellow streamer, and a treasured member of this community. Thank you for always being here, Ditzy. We're just gonna do side quests today. Finish the side quests and the hunts. I want my ultimate weapon before we jump into the final thing. So tomorrow, same time, will probably be the actual finale. Sorry, I just remembered I'm not wearing my watch. But yeah, welcome in. Do you watch Dimension 20, Zan? I heard they were pretty good as an actual play. I mean, I'd love to watch more actual plays. It's just kind of difficult for me with my attention span. A fine hound. The two of you have been together for what probably feels like a lifetime now. But there is still a lot you have to learn about the hound of yours. He'd step in front of a bloody raging behemoth if it meant protecting you. But that doesn't mean you should take it for granted. At the end of the day, he's a hound. And sometimes, he just wants someone to pat his head and rub his belly and give him a handful of kupo nuts. So they do exist. Kupo nuts exist. You do good to remember that. Charon. No! Oh, thank you so much for the link, Zen. Best clip ever with the power of friendship. Well, too late, Ditzy. I already played those clips. Because time zones suck, and I'm never awake. Aha! We are going to give Mid the... Well... Huh. You think we're actually going to get an airship?
Say what you will. Lady Karen has seen ourselves
Ugh.
Miss Shirley says we're not allowed in the dungeon.
Here are your airship components. Airship prototype components.
Mid. Tell me this is all you need.
An adamantoise shell and shipwright's tallow. A thick, noisome lubricant made from the rendered fat of sea beasts. Commonly used by shipwrights on the cranes and winches they employ in shipbuilding. And for the adamantoise shell, it is believed an adamantoise will grow a thin new layer to its protective shell once every 2 moons. Considering that many of the creatures live for hundreds of years, it should come as no surprise that the shells of older specimens can be several hands thick and weigh over 50 stone. What does she need these for?
Aw, you make it sound like I asked you to save the world or something.
Tell me this is all you need.
It's most of what I need. After you left, I went over the figures again, and I realised I'd forgotten a 1 and a 0.
And
And a cogwheel. Just a tiny one. Though, that's the problem. Gears that small are a bastard to make, and I may have lost the one Blackthorn spent a fortnight toiling over.
wait. The children. When they took apart your scales, there was a tiny brass gear.
Oh.
Now that I think about it, they didn't use it when we put the scales back together.
The young'uns? But why would the... You know what? I don't want to know. I'll keep working on the model. You go and find that cog.
So that's what the cog was for. Okay.
Don't look at me like that, Clive. I already apologised to Blackthorn. Miserable old bugger. Besides, you can't expect me to keep track of every nut and nail floating about this place. It's a mess.
I also want Mid's glam for my machinist. I want everyone's glam in the cast.
Has Midadol mentioned a new project yet?
Oh, thank you for the anonymous gift to Ditzy. Enjoy your ad reviewing and cat emotes. I need to get more emotes on this channel.
Sid, is Mid still hiding from us?
She wasn't hiding. She's fine. She's just busy working on her next project.
A new invention? What is it? What is it?
I like the lighting on these
Is
kids.
it an airship? I bet it's an airship!
Do you think she'll let us help?
That just so happens to be why I'm here. She needs something special, something only you three can provide. A brass gear. A tiny one. One that might fit on, say, a set of scales?
Oh, the one you forgot!
Yeah, the one we forgot.
remember.
We saved it, just in case. It's in the bag of bits.
Since your lesson, we've been disassembling, then reassembling everything we can find. All the pieces that are left over, we keep under our beds, just in case.
That's good to know.
Look! I found it!
Off-screen handoff.
Is that all? Just the gear? We have more parts if Mid needs them.
That's all for now. But I'll let Mid know about your hoard. Just in case.
Thanks, Sid. Back for another part. We've got screws and bolts and nails and knobbles and noodles and,
Noodles? Maybe he means like those foam noodles.
Well, did they have it?
Brass cogwheel, an overlooked component of Mid's deconstructed scales. Its purpose remains a mystery to all but Mid.
They did. And they kept it somewhere nice and safe. Will it work?
Will it work? He's perfect! You're a genius, Clive.
What exactly are you going to use it for?
Only the most important job of all. The wings aren't going to move on their own. But with the right cog in the right place... Well, you just wait and see. That should do it.
Isn't this the airship minion?
Here goes nothing.
Yeah. Oh, that tease. We're never gonna get an airship.
It wasn't supposed to fly, was it?
Of course it was supposed to fly. Wouldn't be much of an airship if it didn't. Honestly, these bloody engines are driving me mad.
Yeah, it's Enterprise. It reminds me of
So
the
sure this would be the day she soared.
airship minion in
The
FF14.
Mithril engine was made to make dreams come true. But maybe this is one dream the world's better off without. Show folk how to take flying. It won't be long till they're raining death down on each other. People will lose their homes. Children, their mums and their dads. Like I lost mine.
I'm sorry.
So am I, Clive. So am I. Sorry that I have to choose. Do I follow my head? Or do I follow my heart?
Open midder. want to watch Oppenheimer. It's getting such good reviews. I also want to watch Barbie.
The first time I stood on the deck of your ship, felt the wind in my hair. It was like I was flying. But imagine how it would feel to actually do it.
My dad always said there were two ways of living life. Chasing a dream or shuffling to your grave. And he were right. Right about a lot of things. Not that I like to admit it. People need dreams to chase. Especially in a world like this. Right. When this is over, I'm gonna take all my mithril engines to Zemeckis and sling them over the edge.
Ah.
I won't have my dream end up turning into someone else's nightmare.
But all that hard work.
All
that
our
hard
side
work
quests.
will not be used for war, Jamie. But it isn't like it'll be gone. Tell me, Clive, have you ever been on a treasure hunt?
Not since Joshua and I were boys. Why do you ask?
Because I'm gonna bury the engine schematics and leave behind a little riddle telling people where to find them. A really hard one, so that only the most dedicated dreamers will ever be able to work it out.
Just like her dad's scavenger hunts.
I can picture it now. Some daft general squinting at the words with a gormless expression on his mug. Like that one, yeah.
Right.
Goodbye, airship. Watch Oppenheimer and then
course,
Barbie.
If I'm
Okay.
putting this engine at the end of a treasure hunt, I'll still need to make it a treasure worth hunting for. Won't be much of a prize if it couldn't even make a toy boat fly after all. My dad always said, dream big. But it isn't the size of a dream that's important, is it, Clive? Only that it's a good one. And I reckon I've got a fair few good uns left in me.
I'm sure you do.
Dun, bit question. You'll be watching Barbie, but you heard not good things about Oppenheimer. Is it because of the whole weapons of mass destruction angle thing? Because all I'm seeing are perfect scores and high scores for Oppenheimer. Model airship. Mid's dangerous dream of flight, immortalized in miniature. My dad always said there are two ways to live in life. Chasing a dream, or shuffling to your grave. Yay, we have a model ship minion. Interesting. So, very divisive, I guess. American nuclear paranoia and nuclear guilt. Hypocritical, especially laughable and inappropriately in light of the event of the past 17 months. I see. Okay, so it depends on your perspective when you enter the film.
What shall I do with your model? You spent a lot of time on it. We both did.
What, that old thing? Not healthy to cling to your failures, Clive. They'll weigh you down, you know.
Sound advice.
Still, I suppose my prototypes will probably be worth a fair bit when I'm as famous as Bart's the Builder. Seeing as you're always strapped for coin, suppose I can give it to you. Just make sure you get a good price when you do come to part with it.
I'd say that was up to you as much as me.
You're not leaving already, are you?
Ask about the Enterprise.
Enjoy it while you can, Clive.
Because once that crystal's cracked, I'm going through with my plan. Which plan? Won't be easy turning back on a dream I chased for so long. But, you know what the best thing about dreams is, Clive? They're never in short supply. We keep talking like I'm the only one who ever... Like I'm the only one ever to have set her sights on the skies. But there might be someone up there already.
Imagine that, eh?
Hey, maybe when his Imperial Fancy Pants gets back, I can ask him to take me up there so I can see for myself.
Till then, though.
I'll be down here with everyone else, dreaming away.
Give a melon off, Clive.
Especially when your country was bullied into giving away the nukes it had. Yep. So, the timing is very unfortunate for it.
Has Midadol mentioned a new project yet?
I guess the ones that are giving it perfect scores are not taking the real world context into situation into consideration. I was watching a bit of a very interesting video about how the meme Barbieheimer is more than just a meme. And there's just something so, you know, the same release window of what you could probably say polar opposites. Like, it goes in depth into how it is such a powerful marketing strategy. And you could see it as well with Animal Crossing and Doom Eternal, right? So, like, look at all the fan art, the memes, the camaraderie that the gaming community kind of shared over, like, Isabel and Doomslayer in their respective games. So, like, you could choose Animal Crossing or Doom. And for some reason, since they were very different from each other, somehow it brought those two communities closer in a way. And there's all sorts of thinking behind it. I should probably watch the whole video, but I found it pretty interesting.
Lady Karen has seen our shelves haven't gone bare.
They forgot about this NPC. Midst danger's dream of flight, immortalized in miniature. Though the experiment ended in failure, Mid has allowed Clive to keep hold of the model so that once her renown has grown, he might sell the piece, for an exorbitant amount of gil. Hell yeah, it's a collector piece. It's an amazing airship model. Oh, look at that memory wall. Awesome. Almost there. He has done nothing at all. Absolutely nothing. Cape Orsier Sunbreak. Cape Orsier. Sunbreak. Where is Cape Orsier? There! Okay. Hunt mark. Here, I guess.
And how might I help the garrison today?
The garrison did away with posting guards here at the wall. Now any man, woman or branded can pass freely.
Oh my. You don't sound very happy, lady.
Looks like you've got a thirst. We can remedy that.
Can you now?
With a mug of ale?
I remember standing here when I was no more than a stripling. The girl's grandfather would tell us tales of dragons and icons.
Oh, man.
Couldn't wait to leave town in search of adventures like the ones he told me about. Who knew they were waiting right here?
See, this is what I guess the other towns are missing. Little pockets of an entire story arc. Like with these kids and this storyteller.
From the sea, a mighty serpent rose, and with a roar that shook the heavens, summoned a swell to swallow the western sands. But, we can finish the rest tomorrow.
Why are you teasing Leviathan?
But I want to hear what happens now.
Even this dog has a happy ending.
And a hero he did rise.
My Lord Marquis, forgive me for not introducing myself sooner. I am of the Undying.
What?
Tasked by the Burning Quill with researching and documenting any peculiar phenomena in the region. You have perhaps seen the anomaly of the waves several leagues offshore? We have reason to believe it may be the result of forbidden magics. Yet every effort to prove so has ended in death or disappearance.
He was a spy all along. Never trust bards.
Haven't seen any of those beastly blue-eyed fiends of late.
Perhaps you haven't been looking hard enough.
Do be careful.
I will. We won the battle, yeah, but those things will come back. And when they do, we'll be ready.
Aye.
Ready, go? Fly, Ambrosia.
Forbidden magics, huh? So they were teasing about that, well, cult. Learning how to do magic without crystals. Isn't that terrifying? Oh shoot, I don't have any potions. Well. Huh? Where the heck oh, that? Yes, the Grim Reaper. Hello. Red and blue, like a switch. Prince of Death. Why do I always forget potions? Why do I keep falling for that?
Too slow. Awakened wind!
Oh, that instantly stuns. Gimme ult. Recipe. Dark steel, that's what we need, right? That's...
I'm getting tired of these things.
Okay, that's one down. BD Gallery would love your feedback. Yeah, it's fine. The Penitent's Gates on Breck. This this knight who keeps challenging people to duels. We need to stop him. Sunbreck, Penitent's Gate. Sunbreck, Penitent's Gate. Ah ha ha ha. Oh shit, wait, potions. Who needs potions? Hello, I challenge you. Knight of the Splendent Heart.
One who drove his highness to madness on your knees.
Okay.
He hasn't heard.
Ah.
And he doesn't look like he's willing to listen.
Jump all you want. Ow. No! Then take this! They're done!
Long live.
Yep. Just waiting for us to challenge. So that guy, his story was he kept challenging everyone who passed by the gate, claiming that they were Sid the Outlaw, the one who, downfall of Oriflamme, I challenge you, and he kills them. He went mad. But it's also a throwback to, that knight who just always stands around asking for duels, challenging people. Like, don't they have anything else? Don't they have anything better to do with their lives?
Damn it. Dion would have been glad to have you back at his side.
I don't know, man. It was too far gone. The answer is they don't, I guess. No, that was this guy. Wait, we have 2 marks? Waluder army. Alright, let me Google this. Aha, okay. Not too far off. Not too far off. So the Waluder army captured such beasts and tried to train them to serve, but this particular specimen's training has long since ceased. Whether its captors turned Akashic with the rest of their comrades, or eaten by their pet when it broke free from its bonds, we shall never know. All we do know is there is none left alive who knows the words to put an end to its rampage. Only a show of force will suffice. But maybe I should buy potions first. That's an S rank, so we don't want to mess around with that guy. Also, our new rotation's messy, or whatever.
Aye, it's a dangerous world out there. It'd better all be here. You're rubbing me blind, you know. You'll not find a better price than that.
No.
So what do I owe the honor? What do you want?
I can finally craft it! The ultimate weapon! Götterdämmerung! Ragnarok was forged to mock the War of the Gods. Then Götterdämmerung, meaning Twilight of the Gods, was forged to mock the fall of those self-same deities. Yeah.
No scratches, right?
Half past Twilight. Craft the legendary sword Götterdämmerung. Is this a across the FF verse thing? Is this like an ultimate weapon in a lot of FFs? We can also craft Ouroboros and Sons of Ouroboros. Okay. So shall the end feed a new beginning. Having found this leather belt adorned with the ancient seal of the Devourer of Worlds, your search for the perfect wastewear is over. Or has it just begun?
Should last you a good while.
This is gonna replace our key item bracelet though. Thank you for the hydrate. 2 sons did the Devourer beget, and like their father would they look ever forward to the past. Upon placing the smooth leather cuffs upon your wrists, they cinch tight to your skin in an oddly warm embrace. Removing them requires more effort than it should. Oh my god, it's a stained loincloth. That's what it's used for. And a marble flower, which also probably stinks. Why? Stained loincloth, marble flower, and orichalcum.
Not bad, if I do say so myself. Anything else?
Thank you, Blackthorn. That is it. We don't need to craft anything else anymore. But this is thematically you'd be using this, right? This was specifically commissioned by our father for Joshua and me. So it's just -3 defense plus 18 HP. I think I'll feel better wearing this.
Trouble with your gear, or what do you want? That it? Fine.
letter. The Triunity. Bringing together 3 men from differing backgrounds was not to be without some difficulty. However, come together we did, for a better Valisthea. The Triunity was but a first step. A longer, more bitter journey awaits us all. One that will almost certainly end in hardship. Yet, what matters most is not the destination, but what we can learn from one another while on the road there. You have paved that road for us with your courage, Clive. Now, we must have the courage to walk it. Your loving uncle, Byron. The treasure hunt. What? You didn't think I was just saying that stuff about hiding the engine, did you? Well, you know, I've already a fine spot picked out and everything. But if you're going to go on this grand adventure, you'll need to be quick about your business with that ruddy god of yours. Take too long and somebody more clever might beat you to the prize. I suppose in that case I could bury you one of my lesser inventions. God knows I've countless. Mid. Oops. S rank. S rank over here. Oh, and on the way, we could get the S rank and do this quest.
Good girl.
There she is, the final hunt, I think. Come on, Brosha.
Faster.
Right into battle.
Be safe.
Now we have a yellow behemoth. Behemoth King. Oh, shit.
Too slow.
Charge up my Zantetsuken. Gotcha. Ah, nice one. Okay, we got it maxed. Ah!
There's a good boy. That's better.
Son! What's this? God damn it. Come on. Nantetsu can charge. All right, it's charged. Give me one more stagger. Come on, kitty. Sorry, doggo. Whatever you are. Yeah. It's foreseen. Okay. I got everything wrong. Behemoth Shackle, while it certainly hasn't stopped kings. Right.
No match for you, eh, Torgal?
Good job, Torgal. And Joshua. Oh, no wonder. Yeah, you're right. Like the tiny behemoth minion. The plushie. Well, nothing can stop us now. We have the ultimate weapon.
The entire village looks abandoned. Now, which house would a bookworm live in?
Now we're looking for a banned book. A complete botany of Banes, Eterphotida, or Tale of Wyvern. White of flower and black of fruit, the latter of which gives out an inky gall when cut or crushed, the tribesmen of Northern Storm prick their skin with oaken needles soaked in such, drawing curious patterns about their arms and legs in honor of their heathen gods. The gall is passing toxicate, that a single drop taken by mouth may result in cramps most painful for 5 days and 5 nights, or if applied to wounds, certain death. Should a slip of the needle end a young warrior's life, it is said that his skin print failed to find favor among the heavens. Hey, that's what they use for branding.
His interests were certainly varied.
The folklorist's fabulary, the Moogle. No spirit or sprite appears more often in Valisthean folktales than the humble Moogle. Though they are occasionally painted as mischievous souls akin to pixies or imps, most stories depict them as clumsy yet congenial spirits who delight in helping mankind with their daily labors, or making you do their daily labors for you. They are said to have sweet tooths, leading to the common superstition that one must not leave cakes or other sweetmeats uncovered overnight, lest naught remain but crumbs come morning. In appearance, they are described as being covered head to toe in soft white fur, excepting the small, dark wings by which they are somehow able to take flight, and the brightly colored pom-poms that protrude from the tops of their heads. And yet, there is one detail regarding the Moogle that most found more remarkable than even the orb that tops its brow. The fact that the creatures actually exist. Preposterous, I hear you cry. Everybody knows that Moogles are the stuff of legend. I quite agree. But every legend has its basis in truth. And in the case of the Moogle, the fact may not be so dissimilar to the fiction. Ancient bestiaries list the white mole whose feet do not touch the ground among the beasts of the realm, and the illustration beside the name, why, it is none other than the Moogle. Of course, it is true that the creatures are not known to still survive in the twins in the modern day. Perhaps their miniature wings carry them to other climes. Perhaps they were hunted to extinction. Or perhaps, just perhaps, they do still live among us, hidden away, far from human view. From a distance, Chapter 16, The Fall of the Bearers. Ha! Meta. The emergence of the first magic adepts was widely heralded as a gift from the gods. Indeed, the title with which those with the gift came to be commonly known is most likely a contraction of Bearer of the Heavenly Blessing, the wording used by the tribunes of the time. Those born with the blessing were lauded as living crystals and granted high office and plentiful reward for their status as chosen ones. Over the years, this reverence for their kind would become a full-fledged religion led by the bearers themselves, a development that would prove fateful. The diverse nations of the time were unanimous of their disapproval of the founding of the church. While the authorities had for years welcomed bearers into positions of power in their own structures of state, they were mistrusting of an organization led by bearers for bearers. Efforts were immediately made to chasten the church and its followers, banning members from holding office, evicting adherents from their homes, and breaking up meeting by force. The church responded by forming a volunteer army to resist this persecution, and yet it continued, creating a cycle of ever-increasing bloodshed and rancor, and a growing rift between those born with the blessing and those without. What began with beatings and street clashes would eventually spill over into an all-out war that consumed the greater part of the twins for nigh a generation and decimated the population of men and bearers both. The deluge of blood that stained the lands crimson and left an even more lasting mark upon the minds of the Valisthean people. After the bearers' last resistance was crushed, the nations of Valisthea came together to sign the Continental Accord that initiated a system of slavery that persists across the realm to this day. Its well-known phrase, "bearers are other than human," has its roots in the bitter war of the years before, being the unblessed's only excuse for their calamitous refusal to allow the blessed to decide their own destiny. Hey, how's it going? We're just finishing up the side quests.
But if what it says is true, I need to get this back to the hideaway.
Yes, bearers were in power before. Royal Intelligencer Training Report. In the wake of the tragic fire at Cair Norvent in 873 V, and the subsequent depletion of our most highly practiced intelligencers, all mainland strongholds were instructed to redouble training in clandestine maneuvers, improvised weaponry, and assassination techniques, and dispatch promising volunteers to Stonehere for inspection. This report details progress made by the stronghold at Garnick in reinvigorating Waloed's ranks of esteemed intelligencers. That didn't work out. Fortunately for them, fortunately for us. But hey, we have confirmation. Now, are the executors gonna show themselves? Right on cue. Are you here?
Leaving so soon, stranger. We've been watching you. From a distance, so to speak.
Subtle. I know who you are.
Then we need not waste time on introductions. Hand me the book. Leave it in our care and return to your life.
Your care? Do you mean to burn it or bury it?
That is not my decision to make. But by one means or another, its contents shall be removed from the common record.
Then I'll have to politely refuse. I won't let you erase our history.
Then we find ourselves at an impasse. Very well. The book can just as easily be pried from your dead hand.
Here we go. Oh, stealthy buggers.
Let's see, shall we?
No! That sucks. Who else is still left? Oh, he's the only one left. Oops. Whoops. Yeah, what? I didn't even get the Sentatsuken. Lots of TV experience. Ben Star, only been 3 games 2016. I'm really interested to see about how they went about through their casting process. At this point in the game, these guys have such hubris to challenge you. Yeah, it's like, hey, we're in the end game. You really want to challenge me? But this book must see the light of day. Dark arm parries? You mean like the sword? Nah, I keep forgetting to. My parries are accidental usually.
Impressive.
I'd rather dodge.
But we have other means. We shall claim the book yet.
Okay.
Why do you want it so badly anyway?
It lays out in no uncertain terms the vanity and avarice of mankind. It tells the shameful history of the persecution and oppression of a gifted few by a giftless many. Would you say that this interpretation was correct?
I don't know.
You don't know. Your sword may be sharp, but your wits are dull. So let me answer for you. There is no correct interpretation of history. That a series of events took place may be proved beyond a doubt. But there can be no single, immutable explanation as to why they came to pass. It is a question of numbers and of belief. If enough people believe that a set of events occurred for a reason, that belief becomes the truth.
Nothing is true, everything is permitted.
So you're trying to control
the truth.
We are trying to protect people from themselves, from knowledge that would bring them naught but pain. That is all. You may keep the book. For now. The world is small. We shall meet again. Until then.
See, that's another tease for sequels. You have the executors, you have the, you know, the
Let's get this back to
Unity
Vivian.
Accord.
Perhaps she can explain what that was all about.
You have all these towns which may grow into nations. Easier to parry with Dark Arm. Ooh, okay. And it's faster, it seems like.
Come on. All right.
Stinger attack? Ugh.
Back to the stables, girl.
Let me try and remember why we're here. Herman, as recent recruit of the Cursebreaker, seeks to Ash no matter what the Simon Clay. Ah, right. We needed to get something.
This must be the orphanage.
Yeah.
Hopefully the registry is still here.
Registry. Got it. I'm not familiar with that because I didn't play Devil May Cry, but I'll take your word for it. What's here though? Ah, we need a key. Badback Conservatory, Writ of Incorporation. The Kingdom of Walud hereby incorporates this institution, wherein juvenile bearers are to be granted the opportunity to give themselves in service to the state as soldiers. Trainees succumbing to the crystal's curse or otherwise perishing are to be disposed of with all haste. The graveyard is strictly reserved for the uncursed. Bearer disposal within its bounds is punishable by death. Which stinger? What's the stinger attack though? Like which ability?
Disposed of.
Like which dominant? Which icon has that stinger ability? Conditioning schedule. Today's exercises will consist of the press yard, 20 sandbags for such duration as instructor shall dictate. The furnace, burn intensity to be gradually increased. Live combat, 1 to 3 hellhounds depending on performance. Jesus.
Conditioning. This is nothing short of torture.
Orphanage.
I wasn't exaggerating. It's a wonder he survived this place. I need to find that registry.
Melee plus magic dual press. The lunge. Is there a chest here? No, there's an item though. Oh. Hey, one of those things. Let's mark it on the map. Are they activated now?
This one's awake.
Oh, they are activated. Chronoliths are similar to the Areti stone in that within them is hidden a virtual battlefield accessible by Clive and Clive alone. Each chronolith presents Clive with a timed trial in which he must combat continuous waves of deadly enemies, equipped only with the feat and abilities of a single icon. Whoa.
Let's see what's inside.
Trial by darkness. Within this ancient menhir awaits a harrowing trial in which Clive must race to overcome a host of deadly foes, wielding the blessing of but a single icon, Odin. Is there any like story relevance to these things? Or is it just really just challenge rooms? Trial by element. To complete the trial, Clive must defeat all enemies before the time runs out, using only the predetermined feat and abilities of a single icon. Buying time can be extended by performing certain battle techniques specified before the start of each trial phase. Additional time can be earned by successfully landing the battle techniques listed below. Okay. What do I have? Heaven's Cloud and Gongnir? Oops. Retry. Oh, whatever. What the hell? Why didn't it continue? Oh, he lives! Yeah, it needs to hit. And there's a certain range to it. Maybe when they're better clumped up. Bonus total for the stage. Okay. Sure. Well, let's just continue doing this and go back to the story. Titan was the hardest for you. Okay. Man, one icon, huh?
Too slow.
Why Why didn't it work? Oh, it's a new set of abilities. Rift Slip. Oops. What? Come on. What does Rift Slip do? Yeah, what does Rift Slip do?
Possible.
Best ability in the game. Okay. The Zantetsuken at least is good for clearing up trash mobs. Reset you from combos, icon abilities, getting comboed on, and slows time as well as slows it longer if canceling icon ability. Ah, okay. Again with the Rift Slip here, used to recover immediately from any icon ability, and we have Dancing Steel. Okay, this one. Damn it. Wow. Time is all over the place. Terrible. Oh well, whatever. Best ability, harder to use. Alright. See you around. Full scuba diver suit. What a way to tease their fans. Alright, it is the season of summer events in Gacha. Oh, this is new. Bad Back Conservatory, Writ of Incorporation. Oh no, we already read this. What else are we missing? Ah. I have recently learned that my own daughter was among the children turned to stone by the brutal training I subjected them to. I had not so much as thought of her since handing her over to the authorities as a babe. But inquiries with the military confirmed it. It was her. I had been torturing my own flesh and blood. And now I see her everywhere. Today, one of the children smiled at me in the hope of receiving a few scraps from my table. It was her smile. The smile she inherited from her mother. The mother I killed for giving birth to a bearer. Their ghosts have all come back to haunt me. My daughters, my wives, all of them. All those children. So many have died at my hand. I can bear the guilt no longer. And so I have decided, tomorrow I too must die. It will be the last order I give those poor wretches, the last torment I subject them to. I'll command them to tear me limb from limb, and inter my accursed corpse beneath a white tree whose crooked hands reach to the sky in supplication. And beside me, my shame, my curse, the record of all their names. All those I have wronged. Yeah, bye, Felicia.
This reads like a suicide note.
Well, no shit, Clive.
There's only one way to find out.
Yeah, one way to find out. Ego, that is basically magical girl transformation into actual sailor. Even in death, that guy made it all about himself, yeah. Well, I guess it was his own journal. Then I don't think he expected anyone to read it. Where is he? The white tree in supplication.
Tree. This must be the place.
Ooh, haunted.
Could he really be buried here? There's something hidden among the roots. Let's see. This must be the registry.
Badbach Conservatory, Registry of Bearer Losses. A846V 08E 16D. I guess 8th month, 16th day. So August 16, 846 Valestean something. Hans 10, lithification. Alfred 9, succumb to conditioning. Franz 12, lithification. Paulina 10, emaciation. How long have they been at it? Next day, Bruno 11, disciplined for attempted flight. Johanna 12, disciplined for attempted flight. September 18, Reinhard. Hey, isn't that our bearer? Cursebreaker? 9 years old. No, succumb to conditioning. Marta 10, conditioning. Lothar 12, lithification. Dietrich 11, emaciation. 846, September 19, blank.
So many names. This place was a slaughterhouse. But where is the architect of all this misery?
Hello? Oh, he turned Akashic.
It was only a matter of time, I suppose.
Huh.
This place is cursed.
Oh, wrong one. God damn it.
Waken wind!
Whoops. Ching! Oh, is this their summer? I'm not even surprised. I know someone who actually goes to the beach in a jacket and fully clothed in shoes. Like they just can't help it. So they're dressed like this. He'd fit in right with the Limbus cast. So that's your take on a summer event. Well, it is refreshing after because you do kind of know what to expect from gacha summer events, right? So I like how Limbus Company is, it's like they treat themselves as a gacha game, but they're not.
Let's get the registry back to Herman.
They like subverting people's expectations. So it seems like they're really having fun with their IP. Okay, next, I think this is the last side quest. Before we turn in everything.
Let's hope one of the merchants here has what Gav needs. Excuse me. I'm looking for something.
Oh, well, then I'm your man.
Ooh.
A silver chocobo feather.
Oh, or maybe not. Though you're not the first to mention the bird around here. There was a man stopped by the rest not long ago claiming he was attacked by a silver chocobo near some gutted hovel not far from Eastpool. Most took him for a braggart and a liar, but who knows? Perhaps there was some truth to his tale.
We'll see. Thank you.
The feller who claimed he was attacked didn't linger here long. Said he was gonna go back and capture it. Prove us all wrong.
Oh dear.
And that was the last we ever heard of him.
So we do have to fight this chocobo.
Wonderful creatures chocobos are. They're fast.
The Guardians of the Flame were true friends to the rest. They fought our enemies.
What are you after?
Yeah, I thought we were just gonna get a feather, but damn. If it's killing people. Wait. Whoa, this is selling. What am I doing?
Thanks very much. There you go. Thanks very much.
What new stuff do you have, though? Oh.
That all, is it?
Maybe someone inside.
Good to see you.
Ask about Martha's past.
When I was a little girl,
my family owned a bearer. They let her sleep in a corner of the barn and had her play with me and teach me letters. We never ate together or slept under the same roof, but even so, she was like family. I was with her on the day she died. She held me in her arms and whispered in my ear, "My darling Martha, I'm so glad you didn't awaken." It was only years later that I found out she wasn't just a servant. She was my grandmother.
my grandmother.
I watched her die in the corner of the barn on a pile of old straw.
I swore then and there.
I was going to do everything in my power to bring an end to all this. To never stop fighting until the day when bearers can live free. Just like she deserved to. And you know what? When I see that glint in your eyes, I reckon that day might be along sooner than I dared to hope. Ask about the Guardians. It weren't long after Rosalith got ransacked that Sir Wade and his men turned up at our gates begging for shelter.
Put the wind right up us.
It did. The state of them, all dressed in filthy rags. We were worried they might be cutthroats come to thieve and pillage. They keep mistaking Sir Wade and his men for bandits. I guess they just rolled with it. It's like, oh no, we don't have enough assets. Let's just reuse the bandit assets for Sir Wade. But some of the folk they'd helped escape from the capital recognized them and set us right.
And thank goodness they did.
I couldn't have dreamed of better guests than the Guardians. The way they took the bearers under their wing and taught the Blood Axis how to fight like true shields of Rosaria. And when night fell, and they'd all gather around the bonfire to sing songs of the old duchy, why, it was enough to bring a tear to your eye.
Like being back in the glory days.
It was. With them, the knights in shining armour came riding to the rescue.
Half of me wishes they hadn't left.
For Eastpool. But the other half knows they're better off up there. And they're only a stone's throw away if we need them. And we're just down here if they ever need us. Because that's what Rosaria's about. Not breeding knights and mooning maidens, but proud, hard-working men and women helping one another out. Ask about the
It ain't
rest.
exactly a bed of roses.
Right now, we've got ether floods cropping up all over, and new arrivals turning up at the gates near enough every day, begging for us to take them in. Ever since the skies turned, it's been a struggle just to survive. But you won't hear any of us complaining. Not least because we're finally free of the Empire's grip. The garrison's been pulled back east, and the few remaining Black Shields have gone with them. Which also means we don't have to fear for our bearers no more. We can even treat them like human beings, like the human beings they are. Just like they're doing up in Eastpool.
And that's just the start.
If we can make a good go of Eastpool, it'll show the rest of the realm you can live without magic, without slaves, without we can all be free. Nice.
You come back and visit, alright?
Nah, I choked in the last part of the trial. I'm like, whatever. I wasn't used to like Odin. I'm so reliant on my gap closers and the other skills I have. So it's a nice challenge to like, just use one icon.
Are the bearers taking well to their new home, do you know? I sometimes worry how they'll manage without me to cook and clean for them.
Wait, that's the kind of face indeed. Where the hell am I supposed to...
We've got a few rooms going spare now.
Look, Daddy. Shining so brightly.
Whoever's idea it was to take those bearers away.
Ah.
Can I help you with something?
You wouldn't happen to sell silver chocobo feathers, would you?
I deal in fruit, not fancies. But if it's fancies you're after, I suggest you try Rhiannon's ride.
Ah.
Was a silver chocobo seen there?
Oh, yes. If you believe the ravings of a madman.
It wouldn't be the first time.
Every few years, someone comes along claiming they've sighted a silver bow, but the truth of the matter is, there ain't no such thing. You'll find nothing but bloodflies and bandits on Rhiannon's ride. Mark my words.
Yeah, like right now I'm using Odin as a filler, like kind of a bridge between my current icons, but on its own, it's like, ah, what do? And yeah, you're right about the combo canceling, the rift slip kind of stuff. Like, you really need to learn it.
It doesn't still hurt, does it?
How do, traveller? You've the look of a man who could do with a new whetstone. Or perhaps a bawdy etching of the Vicerine.
Maybe another time.
What?
I'm looking for a silver chocobo feather.
If that's the case, rumours are all you're likely to find. No one has seen a silver chocobo for years. Word is they were all hunted for their feathers. Some northern nonsense about bringing good luck. Didn't bring them much, nor their bows.
Oh no.
If any are still out there, I reckon they'll be doing their damnedest not to be discovered.
I don't want to kill this
probably
one
right.
then.
Thank you anyway.
Just give us a feather.
A silver chocobo sighted in the hills near Rhiannon Tried. It sounds almost too good to be true. But since I'm already here...
The hills around the rest are crawling with wild chocobos. If you're not too picky about the colour of their plumes.
Really short cooldown if you're using it regularly. So it can save you in a mess if you get comboed on. Ah yeah, so it's like a reset. And then continue.
Because the heavens have gone to wreck and ruin it, don't we?
I'll build a barricade so sturdy, even a band of girls
Wait, is it closer to that? No, don't think, just ride.
Good girl.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Can hardly make out a
What's series full name again? Cirilla Fiona Rhiannon. Ah.
Not left by bandits for a change.
So that's what this place is for. Side quest. Silver Chocobo, I just want a feather. I don't want to have to kill you.
More tracks. And these look fresh. A chocobo was here. And recently. Perhaps it still is. I don't hear anything.
Aha! Just the feather we need.
Well, I'll be damned.
Can Ambrosia talk to it? Ah, hello.
It's all right. I'm not going to hurt you. Just borrowing a feather for my friend.
The Chocobo Whisperer, Clive.
Thank you. Let's get this back to Gav before they change their minds.
Yeah, I was also wondering, like, don't we already have okay, I guess there's a difference between, you know, the shade of gray that has to be very specific to a silver chocobo. But those look like ambrosia to me. What's here? Ah, we're saving this before we go to the final quest. Visiting our dad's grave. Is this the final quest? Like, just so I know, like, once we go here, that's the end? Like, because I plan to, like, finish it tomorrow, so we're not, like, rushing. Like, if I start this, like, how many hours do I have? It's just, like, 1 hour and then, like, it's done. Or, like, even less than an hour. 1.5 to 2. Okay. Then I guess the rest of the stream we can talk about stuff and relax. Cause alright. So one more stream then. Yeah, thanks. So maybe 2. Knowing how slow we are, 2.5. It'll be just right for one stream.
Still, I appreciate it.
Look, it's young Ardbert. He's starting his Warrior of Light career.
Clive, you're back. How'd you get on? Any luck?
Any luck, you say?
To the people of the North, silver chocobos are symbols of good fortune, the mere sight of one potentially meaning the difference between a failed harvest and a bumper crop, according to Gav, at least. Early night, not 8 hours. $20.
Crack.
Maybe it's worth it for 20.
I think it is. Where in the hell did you find it?
It's a long story.
Long story.
Right there on the road to Eastpool. Who'd have thought it?
Everything up there's been abandoned for years. The empty cabin made for the perfect shelter. Though I fear my presence may have forced the poor creatures to look elsewhere.
Don't blame yourself, Clive. The Blight's right on Eastpool's doorstep. They'd have had to move on before long, even if you hadn't have turned up. They'll find a new home. Trust me. After all, that's what us endangered animals do. Anyway, what matters is, you managed to nick us one of their quills before they could run off. And now all that's left is to fix it to the carving.
I didn't know you could carve.
Reckon there's a lot you don't know about me. Like the fact I'm as good with a whittling knife as I am with a sword. And that bone Ember gave me's a dream to work with. What did you say it was from again? An Avis?
But it weren't your Avis, Sid. I slew one of my own at last.
Oh, well
So
done.
all those long nights in the pit finally bore fruit. I'm proud of you, Ember.
Don't speak too soon. I ain't done my trial yet.
There we go.
55 for all of that? That sounds
What
like
do
a
you
great
think?
deal. Oh, hey, that looks nice.
I think if you ever hang up your scouting cap, you'll be able to make an honest living.
Now will I. I should go and see if Ed is awake.
Give it my best.
You can give it to yourself. Come on.
God, at least this Edda has a happy ending.
I don't want Gav to give up being a scout, honest.
Don't worry about it. Probably he's like this kid's godfather or something at this point. After the deluge of games, I should probably get back to Soul Hackers too. I did enjoy Ringo as a MC.
I was just about to go in. But then I thought it might be better if you went first. What with you being the head of the family and all.
Eh?
I was just about to go in. But then I thought it might be better if you went first. What with you being the head of the family and all.
You nearly collapsed back there.
It's just a touch of the vapors.
Feeling ill? Don't push yourself too hard, Clive.
Ty's tea stopped the fits. I only hope they stay stopped.
They said something about the DLC character for Soul Hackers 2 to be... You probably, of course, got like the complete edition, right? Because they said that that actually adds better gameplay or something. The character DLC for Soul Hackers. Oh, Yota. Poor Yota. What are they gonna do with you? Maybe in the sequel, you'll have a starring role. Edda.
Ah, me lords.
How are you feeling?
Well, thank you. Is something wrong?
Wrong? No, nothing like that. What it is,
Go on, please. It's beautiful. Did you make it?
We did. Aye. It's from all of us here at the Hideaway. Your new family, like. It's a good luck charm. We may come up north when a band's on the way. I mean a baby. To let him know that they're part of the family too. Oh, I hope you like it.
I don't know what to say. I thank you, my lords, for everything.
If there's anything you need, just let us know.
I will.
Clive, fancy a swift off? I'm thirsty.
I could be convinced.
Okay, so you got Sora DLC. Whoa.
Don't you think you've had enough?
No, we're celebrating. I'm gonna be a father.
What, huh?
I think Edda might have something to say about that.
You know what I mean.
What do you mean?
Bit of light in these dark times.
Yeah.
Wasn't long after me 10th name day. My mum told us she was with child again. I was over the fucking moon. I was looking forward to having a little one to lord it over. What with me being the runt of the litter. Thought I'd finally have a chance to prove to the world that I could be a big brother. Imperials came the day she went into labour. Had myself a baby sister. And then I didn't. Me whole family gone in a blink, while I hid in the cellar like the spineless little arsehole I was. Great brother I turned out to be. I'll never be a leader. And I'll never be a hero. I'm just a daft little dog who comes running when his master calls. I'll never be like you, or Sid, or Jill, or even Torgal.
Have you finished?
Maybe.
Do you know why you're our best scout? Because you don't need anyone to hold your hand. Without your resourcefulness, your courage, your determination, I don't know where we'd be. Maybe hanging off a cliff like,
That was only the once.
Exactly. You learned from it. And here you are after Founder knows how many missions, stronger for everyone. And let's not forget Rosalith. Who was it who freed me from the dungeon? Who was it who ran to Jill's rescue?
That would be me.
Because you're our brother, Gav. My brother.
Your brother.
Which means that when the time comes,
I get your room. And your sword.
Joshua just peeking in, like, hello?
I may have had one too many.
You may have had 10 too many.
I said I was thirsty. Better get back to work anyway. After I walk this off. Clive?
What is it?
Thanks for, you know.
I know.
You know, one thing that I think the Seventh entire game mythology remake included kind of fails at? It's in a culture in its world. Like, the people speaking this game has leftover religious overtones, etc. You mean like Gav being from the north or something? Wintermead. And what about instilling a culture in its world? Didn't the... Weren't the Final Fantasies known for having very distinct worlds? This world building and all that? Wintermead. A potent potable made from honey collected in the Northern Territory, short summers, and fermented slowly over the next 6 moons. Said to warm the belly in the North's cold winter nights. Said I was thirsty. What's interesting about this is, you know, Rosaria was at war with the North. And Jill is from the North. And they captured her to prevent the North from attacking them further. So interesting.
One of these days. One of these days, I swear it's gonna be me who drinks you under the table.
If by under the table you mean retching on my boots half the night, I reckon one of those days was yesterday.
Ha ha, you think you're so funny. But just wait till we crack open the bottle I left in your chambers. That stuff's strong enough to burn the horns off a behemoth.
Sounds like I'll be needing some new boots.
Okay. Well, that's... Well, I don't remember much of the other FFs, but... Yeah.
Do you think they'll come
Distinct
back?
cultural
Of
tones.
course they will. It's just a big crystal.
Something to consider for whenever you're writing characters. You know, it's easier said than done. Like, really dig into where are they from? What are the mannerisms that a lot of people from this culture have, and why do they have such mannerisms? Oh, wow, 4 left. Wintermead. A gift from Gav, this potent potable is made from honey collected in the Northern Territory, short summers, and fermented slowly over the next 6 moons. Despite an obvious inability to hold his drink, Gav has insisted that he be allowed to share the bottle when the time comes to crack the seal. Yum. It looks so nice and detailed as well. Like nestled in that cushion. Oh man. This memory board's great. Well, memory table. Yuffie's Town. Well, I'm sure they talk about their history, but maybe the mannerisms. Like, what kind of mannerisms should they have had Were they not distinct enough? Like, I really don't remember. Vivian.
I found it. The book you lost.
From a distance, no mention is made as to the name of the author, whether that is because the title page has been lost to time or because the tome was published anonymously, it is impossible to say. So this is what really inspired Vivian.
You found it. Thank you, Clive.
The power of literature.
Even though I asked this of you, I was not entirely sure it would be possible. I feared the executors had seized every copy.
I met with one of these executors, and I convinced him to let me keep it. He told me something. That the truth is just a matter of collective belief. And that if enough people believe a lie, that lie becomes the truth.
It does. But it also means that the truth is not immutable. That it can be changed. Provided that those who wish to change it can convince enough people that their perspective is the correct one. As the sad history of the bearers proves.
You said that the book inspired you to become a scholar.
It did. Or its author, rather.
What?
She was a heretic, you see. A firebrand and a dissenter. A gallows stood ready for her in every corner of the realm. And by shunning society, or perhaps being shunned by it, she stumbled upon a truth so potent that an entire realm trembled at the prospect of its utterance. I, too, have always felt somehow set apart from the world of men. A stranger to my own species. She taught me that my solitude was not a curse, but a gift. And that, though my journey to the truth might be a lonely one, what I found at my destination would be more than worth the cost.
Do you still feel that way? That you're not one of us?
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure anymore. Since coming to the hideaway, I find my thinking somewhat clouded. Perhaps the result of studying mankind from a rather closer perspective than I had intended. But the more I study, the more I find value in this perspective. In looking not from the outside, but from within. So if you'll permit me, I'd like to continue my work here. Remember, Clive, when enough people believe, belief begets truth. Give the men and women of this benighted world the gift of truth. Make them believe in you, as I do.
I'll try, Vivian. I'll try.
Sorry, did she say that she wrote that book we got for her? Or that her mentor did? Scholar's Bonnet. Vivian Ninetails' scholarly headwear. Awarded to her upon the completion of her studies at the University of Canver. Give the men and women of this benighted world the gift of truth. Make them believe in you, as I do, Vivian Ninetails. Her mentor, okay.
Clive.
Ask about the executors.
Truth is but a matter of belief.
You should, like, found the hidden ones. Assassin's Creed. Truth is but a matter of belief. I certainly don't disagree. Though I am surprised to hear that an organization such as theirs holds such enlightened opinions. They put the scholars at the university in Canva to shame.
Alas.
They shame themselves in turn by burying evidence of a truth they would rather mankind did not come to know. They may imagine themselves the protectors of the people, but ignorance is not bliss, no matter how fervently they might wish it.
Godspeed.
well, look at that. We have a we have another quest. Okay. You know what? Let's turn that in first. It might unlock yet another quest or hunt.
Say what you will. Lady Karen
They mostly just came off as a town of drunks and tourists. Even us here in Hawaii have culture despite being a tourist state. Well, you're considering the history of Hawaii, yeah.
So there's a new mother. Fussing over it won't see the hens fed.
One moment you think you've freed the realm from her fate. The next...
This suspicious guy. I don't know. Who is he supposed to be?
What awaits us when...
Herman.
I hear that you traveled to Ash, Sid. Did you by any chance recover the names of my fallen friends?
I did. Yes.
Bearer Registry. A concise and disturbingly detailed record of bearer orphan deaths at the Bad Bach Conservatory.
If I may, the Bearer Registry. The director was a brutal man. He got no worse than he deserved.
The registry was all I found beneath the tree. There was no sign of a body. Or any record of what happened to the children after the orphanage closed.
I pray that at least some of them survived. All their names are here. The ones we lost. My friends. My light in those dark times. I can still remember their faces. Like it was yesterday. Children who were taken from their bunks in the morning, never to return. No explanation ever offered.
They'd be happy to know that you survived, Herman.
But why did I make it out alive, when so many others died in that awful place?
It's not your fault. And blaming yourself won't bring them back. Honor their memory. See that their names live on. That way, at least. They're never truly gone.
Thank you. Sid, I'm going to write a book. An account of the horrors of Bad Bach, and the spirit of those its custodians sought to crush. All of Valisthea will know of our suffering, and in the name of those I lost, I will not let it happen again.
Neither will I.
These records would have been buried for all eternity, were it not for you. Thank you.
Ooh. The Breath of Ice.
The realm will hear of Bad Bach. And I pray that the tale of my fallen friends will spare future generations the horror we endured. Thank you for helping keep their memory alive.
Man. Oop. Kupo. That wasn't the only prison or that wasn't the only place where they performed bear experiments. There's a prison like that as well, and more camps like that. Are there more? Oh. One more. The Wailing Banshee. Cursebreakers came across this creature while searching for survivors near the abandoned village of Garnick. Misled by the abomination's appearance into thinking she might be a local woman, they went to offer their help, but soon it was they who were seeking salvation. The survivors say they can still hear the screams, both those of the white and those of their fallen comrades. Have we fought a banshee before? We have also have a quest to accept over there.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Your benefactors are a generous lot.
A New Dawn. That is our renown now. Unsigned. Every epic starts with a single word. Every symphony a single note. This is but the beginning. And forever shall your legend be told. Forever shall your legacy be sung. This is probably the bard.
All yours.
A careful whisper. Obtain all available items from your patrons. What? Oh my god, we really are almost at the end.
Come again. I may have more for you.
I don't want it to end yet.
I read Gav's report on Stone here. Only wish I could have been there to see the Mother Crystal fall.
It's just a shame it wasn't the last. Assuming that thing looming over the mountains is a Mother Crystal.
There it is.
Father awaits us atop Hawk's Cry Cliff, Clive. And he never did like to be kept waiting.
Oh, he's talking about the side quest.
Must we away? The time is nigh, Ifrit.
Can Dion just like jump? Jump, jump, jump. Bring us up there. Don't need to fly. Just jump. Dragoon jump. Star diver. Ooh, making amends. Master Clive, I am aware there are matters of such greater import which demand your attention. But should you find yourself a moment, I bid you visit me in the shelves that I might ask a single favor, considering His Highness Prince Dion. Oh, okay.
It's usually me making demands of Harpocrates. I wonder what this is about.
This must be a very important side quest for it to be unlocked at the very end. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 remaining slots. Scholar's Bonnet. Vivian Ninetail's academic cap awarded to her upon her graduation from the University of Canva. Now Vivian shares her learning with Clive. The gift of the bonnet serving as a pledge that so long as they remain together, her knowledge shall be as much his as it is her own. Yeah, exactly. Suicide by Bahamut. So I'm hoping this will give us a solution. Yeah, that's why he sent Terrence away. He was planning to die. Yes, it was totally impractical in the moment, but his purpose was just, I'm gonna die. Take care of this girl, please. Bye, Terrence. That was his atonement. Sad. Harpocrates, help us save Dion.
Lawsman Harpocrates. I received your note.
Ah, yes. I expect you're wondering what this is all about.
You spoke of making amends with Dion, but I can't imagine what for.
Then I should begin by telling you that I was once his tutor.
What?
This was some years ago, of course, before I joined Sid in his hideaway. At that time, I was counted among the foremost scholars of Oriflamme, and was accordingly invited to the palace to supervise the young prince's education, all to ensure that the future emperor had a firm grounding in, well, everything an emperor should. History, religion, commerce, government. Alas, our time together was cut short when Dion left to join the Dragoons. His studies no longer being deemed necessary. I had not expected to meet with him again, least of all here.
Have you spoken with him?
No, I have yet to find the right moment. His Highness always seems so preoccupied, especially when alone. I would not wish to disturb his ruminations with idle words of greeting. Not when I know he dwells upon the evil Ultima had him commit in the Dominion.
The guilt weighs heavily on him, I know. But as you say, that was Ultima's doing. Surely you can't blame yourself.
When I first met him, it was not guilt, but his people's expectations that weighed heavily upon him. And I did nothing to ease that burden. He bore it alone, until the day he could not bear it any longer. It is one of my greatest regrets that I only ever offered him my wisdom, when what he truly needed was friendship. The blame for Dion's transgressions lies not only on his shoulders, but on mine.
I see. I'm ready to help you in any way that I can.
Then I beg that you bring me a wild wyvern tail.
Whoa.
Apothecaries across the ages agree that even to glimpse such a flower is to be granted inner solace.
Oh, new flower.
Fabulists and fraudsters all, of course. But there is oft a seed of truth to be found where even the most outlandish opinions align.
Well, it can't hurt to try.
Wait, no, the wyvern still is the Empire flower.
And how will I know it?
You have seen cultivated wyvern tails before, I trust. The lily-white blossoms from whose roots the poisonous ink for the brand is distilled.
Oh, shit.
Well, those which grow in the wild differ only in their purple hue. The harsher the environment in which they are raised, the deeper the color. There is a waterfall in Rickmal's roost across the strait, where the flowers once grew in abundance. Whether they still survive there, I know not. But try as I might, I can find no likelier location.
It's all right. I'll find you a wyvern tail one way or another.
Thank you, Clive. And please, be safe.
Yeah, I was like... Emotional talk, emotional talk, emotional talk. Okay, now get me a wyvern's tail. And the image was like, wyvern's tail. Oh, the flower. That's like a visual error in my mind's eye. But that's nice to know about the history with Dion.
I was wondering when next you'd visit.
Ask about Joshua. Tale to tell.
Despite scouring the shelves, I have found only one reliable reference to a place where wild wyvern tails are known to have grown. But it is in Waloed, by a waterfall near Rickmal's roost, as I told you. I dare not ask that you undertake such a long and perilous journey on my account, of course, but were you to find yourself in the area?
Of course. Ask about Joshua.
If I may observe.
Your brother is possessed of a rare gift, and I do not mean the flames of the phoenix. Words, Clive. His findings in Ultima and the Circle of Malleus are worthy of the great Moss himself. Should he choose to devote himself to this path, I hazard he could one day become quite the historian. But not before you and he finish your own story.
History can wait.
After all, for that is what it does.
Go safely.
Yay. You know, oh.
How's it coming?
Oh, what? Ask about the hideaway. Work had only just started in the old hideaway when Sid took me in. Plan was to make a safe haven for the bearers we were gonna free. I remember when the first ones moved in. They'd hardly dare look you in the eye, let alone speak to you.
But over time,
they started to thaw. They stopped being slaves and became a family. And the hideaway their own. It'll be the same with Edda and her little one, I'm sure. We can make a new home here with a new family. And with the best big brother in the whole wide world to look after them. Here, what are you looking so smug for? Talking about me.
Go and give that fucker one for me.
Aye, Gav, we shall. By the way, let's
You look like you could do with a drink.
let's order a drink.
The usual then.
Tell me a story. Satisfied exhale.
Don't be a stranger, Sid.
Fine. Oh, that's Dad's grave. Oh, here. You'll find it in the Angry Gap. Oh, hold up. Kupo senses are tingling. Garnick in Walud. Wailing Banshee. We defeated the masterless Marauder. So... Garnick, Walud. Garnick. Garnick. Back to Garnick after the hunt. Sorry, after the quest. Over here.
Good girl.
Lovely.
Seems this place has been flooded twice over. Purple flowers blooming next to a waterfall. Shouldn't be too hard to find.
There it is. Okay. Finish him. Wild wyvern tail. Pick it up.
Here they are. Might as well pick enough for a bunch, I suppose.
Yeah, may as well. Pick. Records suggest that the wyvern tail was first cultivated for the purpose of distilling a purple dye from its petals. However, when the tended blooms were discovered to lose their hue over time, the gardeners of early Valisthea made the fateful decision to investigate the practical properties of the roots instead, which became the poison used in the Bear's Mark. I also like that part of the history books are talking about how it used to be, tattoos for warriors and all that, or tattoos of cultural significance using wyvern's tail, and then it got corrupted into what it is now. The Edge of Infinity? What is... Ah! I forgot. This hunt better be worth it. I better get one massive Kupo nut.
Enough of you, are there? Back to the stables, Carl.
Knock, knock. Ah! It's Garuda spawn. One lives.
Madness lives on. Too slow. There's a good boy. It's all ready.
Come on.
Too slow.
Not enough. It's fine. Alright, we're good. Hunter hunted! We finally got it! Clear the hunt board. What do we get? Cool, it looks like a twist and a harpy or thunderbird. Yep, exactly. Garuda. I always really like Garuda's design. So that is one of the icons' creations. They were like Garuda's minions. So imagine a giant, more wicked version of that. That is one of the bosses. To see the pattern on the surface of the spherical gem shift and twist, one would think a churning storm trapped within, though it must surely be a trick of the light.
Rest in peace.
And so ends the hunt. Let us return with the flower. Let's join Dion over here. / lean. Still one of my favorite emotes. / lean. / lean everywhere. Thank you for that care package. Ugh. I'm just staring at him. Look at that. Who can brood the hardest? Theon's still too pretty even when he broods.
Oarsman, I found the flowers you were looking for.
You did?
I think I did.
You did indeed. My dear boy, thank you.
You wanted to make Dion a gift of one, did you not? Shall I invite him to join us?
Oh, I don't...
It's no trouble. I'll go and fetch him.
Yay, Dion time.
I was wondering when next you'd visit. Thank you again, Clive. I know how hard these flowers must have been to come by.
Do we have any updated those?
I don't believe you've read this particular chapter before.
Oh, almost.
What subject shall we consider today? You are always welcome, Clive.
Before I forget again,
It's a dangerous world out there.
because I always do.
You're rubbing me blind, you know. It'd better all be here. Is that all?
Your Highness, would you do me the honor of accompanying me?
No. It is time, then.
No, only to the shelves. Our lawsman has something he'd like to give you.
Master Harpocrates. No. I dare not show my face before him. Not after everything I have done. I have taken countless innocent lives. And ruined countless more.
Nope, definitely not prom.
All because I was weak. I have sworn to atone for my crimes or die in the attempt. But were I to meet with him again, and see in his eyes what I have become, I fear that my resolve might falter.
Then that is all the more reason to do it. Test your resolve. Prove to yourself and to him how strong it truly is.
You are right. I must, at the very least, offer him my gratitude. Very well, then. Take me to him.
You could be the father figure you never had. Since he has daddy issues, right? Overburdened with expectations.
Even now, I hesitate to approach him. What must he think of me?
You'd be surprised.
Master Harpocrates, pray, accept my apologies for leaving your tutelage before my studies were complete. Your lessons opened my mind to a world quite unlike the one I had imagined from within the gilded confines of the palace. And I shall be forever grateful for the efforts you made to enlighten me.
Lift up your head, Your Highness. The deeds of youth require no apology. That you took the time to visit me says much about the man you have become. Now, there is something I would like to show you.
Is that a wyvern tail? The color is unfamiliar to me.
Because it is unique to those found in the wild. Something in the harsh environment in which they grow lends them this striking hue. Their roots are indistinguishable from those of their hothouse cousins, but once they bloom, the difference is immediately apparent. In this flower, I see you, Your Highness. Its roots were the roots of a wyvern tail, with all that implies. But they do not define it, just as yours do not define you. I want you to have it, that it might remind you of this truth.
Master Harpocrates, I would ask of you a service. Keep your gift until I have fulfilled my duty to the realm, for only then shall I be deserving of it.
As you wish, Your Highness. I shall await your return.
Our roots do not define us. No wonder my stepmother didn't like him.
All right.
For reuniting me with memories I had thought long lost.
Our mom became his stepmom, just for context.
I shall not forget this.
No, yeah, more death flags. He gave us something else. No, I'm hoping he comes back alive. He doesn't deserve to die like that. He wants a flower in his grave.
You, Clive.
It's one or two things. It's either going to be in his
Not for
grave
you.
or in his
I
hands.
fear I might never have found the right moment to speak with him. Not to mention the wyvern tales. I shall plant their seeds, that I might not disappoint His Highness upon his return.
Oh my god,
I
that
hope
just
the soil
adds
and the
more.
hideaways to their liking.
Why, these flowers bloomed in the bleak, black wastes of Waloed. I'm sure Nigel's yard will suit them to a T. When it comes to expressing one's gratitude, I find that words are seldom sufficient. Here.
What's this?
A stolas quill. Or more precisely, my stolas quill. 'Tis said that an owl's feathers are steeped in the wishes it hears over its long lifetime. All those words just waiting to pour out onto the page. So consider this my wish for you. That one day you may put down your sword and pick up that pen.
Well, when that day comes, I'll certainly have a lot to write about. Thank you, Harpocrates. It shall have pride of place in my chamber.
Stolas Quill and Bahamut's Mercy. Lost one Hippocrates' best-loved writing implement, whose nib has scribed many a learned tome. 'Tis said that an owl's feathers are steeped in the wishes it hears over its long lifetime. All those words just waiting to pour out onto the page, Hippocrates. Clive gained the big death flag. No, I'm pretty sure Clive's gonna make it. Maybe Clive's gonna make it. I'm pretty sure he's gonna make it. It's Dion and Joshua. I feel like one of them is going to die. I'm just predicting it's either going to be Joshua because of Iltama inside him and will be forced to kill him, or Dion. But yeah, at least he had this talk with Harpocrates. Whether it affects Dion's fate or not, it probably won't, because I don't think it's that kind of game. But I'd like to think that it is a very major thing for him before flying into the end. It'll change his perspective to why he's flying towards that fate. You know, it changes the perspective of his atonement, and that the fact that he has a chance to, you know, he's not defined by that white wyvern tail. FF kills pro tags? Oh man. Really? Now, for me, it's either Joshua or Dion. Either one of those people are gonna die. But, you know, of course, I want the happy ending for them. I want a happy ending for Dion. I want Dion to reunite with Terrence and raise medics. I want Dion and Terrence to raise Medicine Girl into like the best doctor of the realm or something, with like the help of Tarja and all that. And you know, Joshua, I guess, happy ending with reunited with family. Jill, Clive, Yota, I guess. But Dion, I'm just so worried. Like, Dion or Joshua. At this point, damn. Oh, I forgot to talk to Harpocrates.
Good morrow to you, my friend.
Ask about Dion.
I well recall.
Well, so well done from Harpocrates, though, when I shall await your return. And that's the very first time we heard him break. Like, he was about to break into tears. Like, you didn't even need facial mocap or mocap for that. It was just a look down, but the voice actor delivered that. I shall await your return. Kind of reminded me of like Alfred and Batman in a way. Whose performance was that? Shoot, how could I forget him? He's in all the Nolan movies. One of my favorite actors. Fuck. Oh my god. Anyway, that moment when it's like he just wants Bruce to be happy. So like until you lay down the cowl, until you're done, like I'd love to see you, you know, not the Batman anymore. And he was tearing up and everything. So I saw that. That is nice. I cannot believe how can I forget? Sorry, I cannot. And I watched so many of his movies. I'm terrible with names. Michael Caine. Oh my god. Yes, Sir Michael Caine. Sir Michael Caine, Sir Ian McKellen, some of my favorite actors. You should see Michael Caine in what's that film? Wait. Was he the one who played a cranky old man? It is so funny. Okay, no. I may be mixing up my Harry Brown. Wait, no, was it Harry Brown? No, I don't think it was. Anyway, Sir Michael Caine. How could I forget that? I well recall the time I spent at the Imperial Palace instructing the young prince on the history of our realm. He was quite unlike the other noble-born children I had taught, not only for the keenness with which he listened, but for the earnestness of his conviction.
He truly believed
that it was the Empire's duty to serve the people, and was determined to study the past, that he might not repeat its mistakes. Which is the reason why what befell Twinside weighs so heavily on his soul. He must live with consequences, and I fear it will take more than merely time to heal such wounds.
It will take forgiveness.
Not from you only, nor his countrymen, nor even from his late father, no.
From himself.
Only then might his flower bloom again.
Thank you for indulging an old man.
Oh no! You know that you finish their quests when they change their exit dialogue. It's more personal and heartfelt. Alright. Might be ending a bit sooner. We'll read these, check the memory wall, and I think it'll be nice to end this on Archduke Elwin's memorial. We'll visit Father, get all the side quests out of the way, and just go straight into the finale. Do we have a hunt board remaining? No, we killed all the hunts. We're done. We also put to rest Benedicta's soul, I guess. I was not expecting a Garuda entity. Whole again. Clive, it occurs to me that a single word of thanks does not really suffice to express my gratitude for reuniting with me with From a Distance. The tome made me who I am today. And what I love about Dion's quest and Vivian's quest, I just have a soft spot for, you know, positive influences in one's life, especially in the education sector. You know, I really have huge respect for the professors and teachers who have shaped my life, and they really helped define of who I was growing up. They were there at the time when we were really, you know, questioning our ideals, who we are growing up, and it is just so important. You know, good teachers are so important. So, like, you know, Vivian talking about her mentor book, you know, a book which inspired her to see bearers in a different light, and, you know, the reality of, you know, history building and truth and all that. And then with, of course, Harpocrates enlightening the good Dion about, you know, the world and what the Empire's purpose is. And, you know, he was there to help raise him when his father was absent, I guess, or was so obsessed about the Empire in a different way. That Harpocrates was there to let him know, no, it's kind of like that. And that's probably why he rebelled and joined the Dragoons, and we had all the whole disappointed father kind of thing. But hey, anyway, Clive. The tome made me who I am today, and yet I thought that I should never set eyes upon it again. That those who took it from me had forever robbed me of a part of myself. But now I am whole again, thanks to you. I regret that I can only fill in the gaps in your knowledge, and not the holes in your soul. For which reason I shall ever be in your debt. Vivian. A hideaway welcome. Edda seems fond of the silver bow we gave her, so much so she's been taking to sitting it atop her belly as she rests. To hear her tell it, the rascal kicks something fierce when she does too. Sounds like we have another fighter on our hands, and none too soon. I can hardly wait to teach her newest little curse breaker everything I know. Though I suppose we can all celebrate first. No need to get ahead of ourselves though. Gav. Two more memories. Stolas Quill. The Horseman Harpocrates' best loved writing implement, whose ink has penned many a learned tome. It is said that the long quills of the Stolas become imbued with the wishes it hears over its long lifetime, the words just waiting to pour out onto the page. So should the day come that Clive put down his sword and picks up the pen, he shall not find his one and only insurmountable enemy in writer's block. We have 3 memories. I guess the last one's for game completion. What about the 2? Oh no. Did we miss something? Does Jill have anything new to say?
What is it, Clive? You can always be strong, Clive.
Whoops. Wow. Nothing new. It's clear. Alright. Let's use the bathroom and then let's visit Father's grave alongside Joshua. BRB. And we're back. Alright, time to visit Archduke Elwin's memorial. With this will, Joshua has received a message from Cyril, saying that something akin to their father's last will and testament has been found. He suggests that he and Clive make for Tabor to learn more, and we learned that it was Elwin's will to put up a university and to also abolish the whole bearer system and all sorts of other things. Wait a minute. Thought I saw a blip. Hero's Bluff.
Good girl.
Unwavering will and an unbreakable bond. Do you really think we're strong enough?
To save the world? Of course. To have overcome Father's political enemies? Of that I'm less certain. Especially knowing what we know now. What Mother was truly capable of. But perhaps these bands would have helped. Knowing he was with us would have made all the difference. All right.
It's just back there.
Whoa, all the way here? So hidden away.
Straight home now.
Right. Brother bonding time.
Father always fought for what he believed was right. It wasn't until that night at Phoenix Gate that I realized I had never fought for anything. I always had someone else to do the fighting for me.
No matter how fate conspired against him, he never lost heart, never looked back, never stopped fighting. To me, he was the greatest of men. And I've been trying to live up to his ideals ever since.
We all have, Clive. We all have. And we'll keep trying. Because that's what he would have wanted.
What he would have done himself. Even if it meant standing against the very gods in the heavens.
I shall be borrowing this, Father, if I may. That you might watch over us as we follow in your footsteps.
We won't lay you down.
Onward then.
Onward. To the end.
And to a new beginning.
Dun, dun, dun. I think that's it. Rusted battle helm. Archduke Elwin's helm, worn during his victorious campaign to quell the northern uprising. War is coming, my boy. We must make ready. Archduke Elwin. Well, we're lacking memories on the memory wall. Pretty sure 1 is for completion, but now what? Oh, joining hands with Joshua. Joshua has joined Clive's party and will remain with him until departing for Origin. Oh, okay. Oh, he was already with us the whole time, which is what I really missed from this game. Like, I wanted to hear more party banter, party comments, party discussion. It's really one of the game's weaknesses. But hey, you know, we could only play as Clive. That is intended. Oh, well, it's not done. We didn't get an achievement for all the side quests. We have a letter quest. Maybe it'll fill up the memory wall.
Brother, I put Father's helm in your chambers. He should be with you when his vision is finally realized.
Thank you, Joshua. For everything.
Don't mention it.
Why is Joshua so familiar? Like the actor. I'm so sorry the developers and writers forgot about you. Look at that. 2 more. Archduke Elwin's helm, worn in his victorious campaign to quell the Northern Uprising and later laid to rest upon his memorial stone. Now it sleeps in Clive's bedchambers, a constant reminder of the bravery and selflessness of the man in whose footsteps he and his brother mean to follow. Oh wow, suddenly. Oh, concern for Jill? So is the final side quest a Jill quest? The Wages of Fate. Do you remember what you told me that night at Phoenix Gate? That while the fate of Rosario sits on my shoulders, the fate of its dominant sits upon yours. But are we not both dominants of fire? Does not the flame of our forebears burn in both our hearts? Should I not protect you as you have protected me? You have chosen to be my shield. Now let me choose to be yours. Is this not what our father wanted? What Sid wanted? To cast aside fate and forge your own paths. Grant me this, Clive. Let me be your strength. Joshua. Aww. Yet Jill didn't get a quest yet. I almost forgot. Right. Let's get a quest for Jill. Safe returns. Thank you, Clive, forever indulging the whims of this doddering old soul. I am ashamed that, for far too many years, I allowed stubbornness and fear to keep me from something so simple as letting a friend know how proud I was of him. Your intervention has lifted a heavy pall from my heart. Perhaps upon your triumphant return from the skies, you might be inclined to set to page that quill I gifted you. There are many of us who would hear a first-hand account of your time with the Holy Prince, myself included. Hippocrates II. Before we depart, Ifrit, you have my sincerest gratitude for reuniting me with Master Hippocrates, that I might embark upon this most important of journeys, my heart free of regret. Though, in these past few moons I have come to realize that the longer I spend in the company of you and your brother, the deeper I find myself in your debt. We must swiftly see to the menace that is Ultima, if not to save the world, to save me from an eternity of recompense. Dion. Alright. Concern for Jill. Though her icon brought her much suffering, the loss of Shiva weighs heavy on her heart, and we would be poor friends indeed if we not seek to lighten that burden, even but only a fraction, before we depart for the skies. I would speak on this more in private. Joshua.
If Joshua's worried about Jill, I should go and speak with him.
Priceless. Can I talk to you about the quest?
What's on your mind, Clive? I'm always with you, Clive.
Joshua, I read your message. You're right. Jill is different. I don't think I'd realized how different, but since we returned from Drake's spine, I've felt it more and more.
I suppose it's not hard to imagine why.
She doesn't think she belongs anymore.
And that's why we need to remind her she is still one of us. To let her know that we still need her, now more than ever. That you still need her.
That the game still
But
needs.
how to do that? When last we were truly close, we were but children.
Of course. Do you remember the time we accompanied Father on his annual tour of the Duchy? And Jill and I broke from the procession to ride up Man's Hill.
To see the snow daisies, I remember. It was the first time Father had allowed us to join him. And when he realized you were missing, he had the entire retinue down to the pot boys combing the countryside.
In the rain. A thunderstorm forced us to take refuge in a grove of oaks before we'd even made it halfway there. It was the Lord Commander who finally found us, and needless to say, he was none too pleased.
Then it seems you and Jill have unfinished business. What do you say?
Man's Hill. It's not that far.
Oh, true. Though I suspect it is also much changed. Little in southern Rosaria remains as it was when we were children.
You're saying I should go and scout the area for bandits?
I'm saying we should first go and see if there are actually still any snow daisies left.
Ah.
What would you do without me, Clive?
Kill bandits.
I can't say my travels ever took me back to Man's Hill. I'm curious to see how it has fared.
Ifrit? Your resolve didn't falter.
No.
Oh.
Though I continue to be bewildered by fate. But I should meet with my old tutor here. At the very end of the world. I thank you. With all my heart. For giving me this chance.
And I thank you for taking it.
Should like to look upon that flower once more. When I am worthy. I stand ready to leave for Origin at your word. Make Grieger go with us.
And see us safely home.
But Grieger is Ultima.
Courage, Ifrit.
Ask about Harpocrates. Hey, his dialogue has changed now. My days under the tutelage of Master Hippocrates were among the brightest and most rewarding of my life. His knowledge is boundless, and he gladly shared it with me, that I might learn to be of use to my father in matters of state. And so that when the time came, I might be the ruler that my people not only expected, but deserved.
Alas.
I have disappointed him utterly.
And yet...
He greeted me with such warmth, as if I was still the same boy who hung upon his every word. In a way, perhaps I am, and perhaps I might make him proud of me yet. Here we go again with making father figures proud.
I await your word.
Good luck, Dion. Oh, it's right here. Ah, that's why it was. I was wondering what was going to be there. It is barred off earlier. Oh no, the snow daisies.
This is the place, but...
I'm sorry, Clive.
Has nowhere been spared. What do we do now?
We keep looking. Man's Hill cannot be the only place where snow daisies grow.
Perhaps, but it's the only place I know of. Knew of.
Then why not ask someone who might know of another?
Someone at the backyard?
Ah, no.
To the hideaway, then.
Of course. Backyard. Wow, look at that view, though. Rosaria. Oh, what are those spires?
Let's hope one of the gardeners knows where to find snow daisies.
Yep. What's that for you, dear? And?
Say what you will. Lady Karen. That should tide us over.
Frederica.
Oh. What brings you down from the heavens, Sid?
I need your advice. Joshua and I are looking for a place where snow daisies grow. Preferably in abundance.
Snow daisies. Then you'll want somewhere not too hot and not too cold. And where the winds are strong enough to carry the seeds. I reckon Man's Hill would be a good place to start. There in the Royal Meadows, perhaps? Both have similar climbs and the right elevation. If the Blight hasn't claimed them yet.
Right. Thank you.
Did you learn where we might find our flowers?
The gardener here mentioned the Royal Meadows in Sambrak.
Ah, the fields beyond Northreach. Well, if that's the case, then Yote was right. I recalled that she kept the record of our travels, you see. So I asked her if she'd perhaps noted anywhere that snow daisies grew, and she mentioned Oilefeist Bay.
Whose shores border the meadows. Off we go then.
The winds that blow across the Royal Meadows from Oilefeist Bay are strong indeed. Strong enough for snow daisies, it seems.
Snow daisies may be beautiful, but they are really quite deadly. I wouldn't recommend eating one.
Ah, noted. I guess this flower is supposed to represent Jill.
And how might I help the garrison today?
Oh, what have you got?
Yeah, it's snowflower that murders. It's chill. Cannot be any more sure of myself. Oh, I never been here.
How are we gonna arm the garrison without a forge?
Might be some smiths down south that could do the job, but their bearers will be just as useless as ours now the Fang and the Tail have fallen.
How about you visit the blacksmith town and learn about bellows?
The Duke has pledged to work with the people of Northreach to rebuild the Empire.
Better late than never.
I told the dame I would take the largest residence in Northreach, yet she outright refused my coin. Some nonsense about having enough space for everyone.
Those things didn't fight like men.
If we're to be ready for them next time, we'll need a different approach.
Agreed. I'll start preparing a new training regimen.
Carla, the dame needn't worry. I am a man of my word, and I fully intend to keep it. So overzealous was I in my desire to see the Empire restored that I lost sight of what was truly important. The citizenry.
Why do I feel like it's all just a cover? Maybe in the sequel they'll actually show that he was just, you know, lying. He was feigning change.
Ready, go? Fly, Ambrosia.
Caution, brother.
The meadows are vast. Where do we even start?
Lyote mentioned the coastline. We can start there.
Aha! Snow daisies! And murder.
See them? I do. The flowers and our friends.
Oh god, these guys are just chilling. Oops. A miracle we didn't burn the flowers.
What do you see, boy?
Wow. I guess this is your territory.
Let's hope this is the last one.
What the heck?
Only one way to find out.
What? Oops. The Carabao has evolved. It has come to finally exact vengeance. Well, more enemies approach. Well, that's a dead Carabao person. Wow, good job, Joshua. Well, if it involves Jill, it involves murder. Poor things.
That was harder than I expected.
All for a friendly intervention. Paid for in blood.
But Founder, it was worth it. They're beautiful.
Do you think Jill will like them?
She'll love them. Come on. Let's go.
Well, that concludes that story arc. The very first Carabao we saw. Buffed up.
It appears my work is done. The rest, as they say, is up to you. Well, you and the skies. We wouldn't want another thunderstorm now, would we? No, you needn't worry about me, Clive. I doubt Jill would appreciate my presence on your outing.
Sure. Did another quest pop up? No, it's just Jill. Daytime. Jill.
Jill, there's something I'd like to show you.
There is? And where might this something be?
It's, not here. Now, I know this is sudden, but how would you fancy a trip to Oriflamme?
Want to go cross country?
There are so many. This is what you wanted to show me. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. The smile on your face is enough. We've been worried about you, Joshua and I. Do you remember when I took you to Man's Hill? Or tried to?
How could I forget? You saw me crying and thought a change of scenery might lift my spirits. In the end, it earned me a nasty cough and a stern scolding from your mother. But I felt wonderful nonetheless.
I'm sorry. I had no idea what I was getting us both into. But I couldn't bear to see you like that.
Before we left, my chambermaid told me she'd overheard your mother talking about my marriage prospects with some of the noblewomen at court. They were debating whether it would be more profitable to marry me off to one of the high houses instead of saving me for the ducal line. No one thought to ask me what I wanted. I was nothing to them. A pawn at best. I felt so trapped. So lonely.
I didn't know.
But I wasn't alone. You were there. Your hand in mine as we ran for those oaks. And I knew then, no matter what happened, I would be all right. I'll never forget that feeling.
Oh, Torgal.
Before we broke camp, the morning after the storm, do you know what I did?
No? What?
I slipped away from my governess to climb the tor. And from there I saw a sea of petals, all reaching for the sun. And I realized that no matter how terrible the night, dawn would always come. That you would always come for me. And you have. Again and again.
Where do you see us? When all this is over?
I don't know. I think I've outgrown the twins. After everything we've been through, the realm just seems so small. I'll need some space to spread my wings.
Then that's what you'll have. And I'll stop at nothing to see that you do.
To the continent, then. I want, yeah. Oh, Jill's glam.
I was much good at garlands, but it'll have to do.
Ah, yes, the beautiful but deadly flowers.
I'll treasure it forever.
Thank you, Clive.
Murder flower.
For this, the flowers, for everything. It's exactly what I needed. You are my treasure.
So cheesy. No. She just teased sequels. This trio of childhood friends housed so much power. If Mother wasn't such a horrible person, they'd have been able to defend their small home. Yep.
We should probably be getting back. I expect the others are wondering where we are.
You're right. There's still much to do.
And we'll do it together.
And they only lightly touched upon... I think this might be the, well, the first time she explicitly said that she was essentially a prisoner. She was captured from the northern countries and forced to stay there in essentially, you know, house arrest, realm arrest, as a hostage. Like, you know, that's how she grew up. And now and as we heard also, our mother, of course, talking about how should she be saved for the ducal line or whatever. Like, yeah. But now we have another chance. We have a chance. We have a chance for our friendship to bloom even stronger. If Joshua doesn't die. Snow Daisy Garland. A fragrant diadem, handwoven by Jill from flowers picked on the shores of Oilfest Bay. I never was much good at garlands, but it'll have to do. Jill. Shiva's Kiss. Song of Winter. Autumn gone. From frosted lips. Oblivion. What? That's a northern nursery rhyme. Wow. Okay. That's, yeah. It's Jill's people. The north. The north. Sheen Gabber from the north. Oh! I should have finished this quest first, because Jill has joined Clive's party and will remain with him until departing for Origin. I saved the... man. I thought it was nice to save meeting father, visiting father for the last, because it made sense, you know, you visit your father before you get on to kill Ultima. But it unlocked this Jill quest, and it is just there to get you your party. But we have no quests left. I'm sorry, Jill. It's all my fault. It's not like this game has party banter anyway. Well, actually, there was a bit of banter. Like, Joshua would once in a while quip, depending on the side quests we're in. So, I totally missed that opportunity. Oh well. Beautiful view though, and that is such a tease. That is such a tease. Those are from like wizards. Hedge wizards who are trying to cast magic without crystals. And of course, you have Oriflamme. Beautiful view. And this field of flowers we murdered for. Isn't that right, Torgal? But that's actually it. Unless... no surprises. We are done with side quests. We have one memory remaining, and I'm assuming that is the completion memory. So let's talk to these people and call it a day, and we will finish Final Fantasy XVI tomorrow.
Brother.
Ask about father. He always tried to spur me on, to give me courage. I knew his words were meant with kindness, but as a boy, they cut me deeply. How keenly they made me feel my own weakness, my own inadequacy. It is only after we lost him that I realized he believed in me. He only wished that I would believe in myself. Father's words have been to me as a torch in the darkness, banishing the fearful shadows and illuminating the path ahead.
His flame burns in your heart.
Brother, as it does in mine. And it is that flame that shall continue to light our path, all the way to the very end.
Shall we then?
I mean, some guidance would have been appreciated. Like, maybe it could have been... line could be MSQ, maybe? Like, for the main party members? I don't know. It's like, you have nothing left to party for. Alas. Oh man, look at that. That's it. A fragrant diadem, hand-woven by Jill from flowers picked on the shores of Oilifest Bay. A garland rekindles memories of a more innocent time and speaks of a love that can never fade. And we will go see the continent together.
What's on your mind, Clive?
And it makes sense. She was trapped all her life. She was trapped in Rosaria. She was trapped in Dalmekia. And she just wants to spread her wings. I still can't believe you remember that day on Man's Hill.
For so long.
Our lives have been defined by loss. But our memories, those no one can take. And if they truly are the only things we can hold on to, then I want more.
So when this is over...
let's travel the world and make new ones. And I will hoard them as a dragon does her gold. For my memories with you are the most precious of all. Oh.
I'm always with you, Clive.
Yeah, she's the freest she's been in her life. Oh, she wrote to us as well. The greatest gift. It feels like a lifetime ago. It was a lifetime ago. That afternoon on Man's Hill was our very first adventure, but somehow I knew even then that it would not be our last. I will never forget that day. And the simple fact that you have not either And the simple fact that you have not... okay. I will never forget that day. And the simple fact that you have not either fills my heart with a joy so fierce I cannot describe it. Since the moment we first met, you've always been an important part of me. The half that makes me whole. When times are darkest, you are my light. When I am lost, you are my guiding star. You are just what I need. You are all that I need. You are the greatest gift. Jill. I mean, I love it, but also... yeah, there's that whole thing. If you want to be an ass about it, you could say, but Jill, you're not supposed to need the other person. You're supposed to be able to stand on your own. It's not about a half that makes you whole. It's about... I mean, I don't want to get into that. I know what she means. But, you know, just be careful of the... falling into the trap of feeling like you need people to complete yourself. Yeah, I know just Jill can stand on her own. She was just lonely, and we give her the light and the companionship that she wants. But yeah, just be careful of going the other way and not being able to stand on your own and still needing like you need someone. Because I know some people who... Anyway, that's another discussion. So I'm happy with them. Memory wall. The Oath. Hanged Man signboard. Martha's Rest signboard. The Veil signboard. Guardian Scarf. Briar's Kiss signboard. Crimson Caravan signboard. Clay Hearth signboard. This is also merch, by the way. This whole memory wall is just merch ideas. Plus all our merit badges. I want all the merit badges. I want all the badges and the patches and the stickers that like we were given throughout this whole journey. I want to see it all. Clay Hearth signboard. Rusted Battle Helm. Snow Daisy Garland. Sid's Goblet. Model Airship. The Tri-Unity Accord. Stolus Quill. Scholar's Bonnet. Wintermead. Medicine Chest. Continental Sensor. Martell Apples. Ambrosius Tack. The Charred Sparring Sword. And what awaits us at the end? A final memory. Once we fulfill the oath. And that's it for tonight. We are going to make for Origin and finish Final Fantasy XVI tomorrow, same time. Thank you for being here, everyone. I like this round of side quests. I'm gonna empty the tomes. I'll just read all the tome entries as we wind down for the night. But thank you for being here, everyone, for being all with us on all these emotional quests. These side quests were worth it. So if you were to, like, if I were to recommend people who will be playing this game in the future, do the side quests, no matter how underwhelming they might seem at the beginning of the game. Because the side quests, you can see that they were trying to incentivize people to do the side quests by giving us, you know, Patron's Whisper rewards, memory unlocks, materials and stuff. They tried their best to reward you for the side quests because at the beginning they were really not that interesting. And design-wise, again, they're really not that well made, I would say. Like, yes, some of them are written very well, but mechanically, it still suffers from this game. This game just lacks variety in terms of gameplay. I mean, I will say that. But the side quests are worth it. They build up into this. The only thing I had a problem with the side quest pacing was when Jill was captured. That just felt like an awkward time to me. Like, that time, I felt like, okay, maybe after saving Jill, then you can spring side quests on us. It just felt so weird and like doing these quests while Jill was like being whisked away somewhere. This time I can kind of buy it. They just said, oh, Ultima will wait. Here's 10 million side quests. Like, I don't feel as much of a sense of urgency here because they kind of just paint it for you. Like, they just say, this is the end, the point of no return. So finish all your shit. Like, it's clear. There's a meta knowledge that this is the end. We're just gonna do all the side quests, and we want to complete it before we're done. But the thing with Jill, the wave of side quests there is just in the moment too much for me. But other than that, I liked how they built up to their, you know, how all the side quests built up. Some of them actually started to connect to others, and I mean, it could have been better, but this is what we got. As an action game, they already gave us a lot of story. And yes, the side quests are all important moving towards the ending. Like this wave especially, it is good. It's needed. Like Dion, like I felt we needed that beat. But it's just a shame that there might be people who won't be doing it. And which is why, for example, they made Crystal Tower required. And I'm very thankful that you recommended that I do Crystal Tower before I jump to Shadowbringers. Because it is so important to do that line of quests. So they actually made it required. So there are so many people apparently who were like, when they revealed that person, the hooded figure, everyone was like, who? It is such a shame, you know, it's just a wasted moment. So I'm glad I was able to experience that. So it felt complete, right? So these main side quests, they are very important. They're there to round out your cast, set the stage for potential sequels, or at least the idea that there's a future for these characters, this world, and that there's more out there. You know, it's very, I like it when they do that. Like, it doesn't feel like there are any more loose ends. I feel like we can have a definitive end. Well, I don't know how it concludes, but more or less it might feel like we will get a definitive end. But they set the stage for a lot of possibilities, which I feel like could make a great trilogy in terms of what happens in a post-magic world. They introduce other secret societies. They were like teasing all of these things, and it would be a shame to let all of these characters go already when it's only this wave that we got to learn about their backstories, their own hang-ups, and how we help resolve it. It all just kind of happened in this wave. Like, it is a big lull before the call. It is a big calm before the storm. But I really feel like if you didn't do the side quests, we probably wouldn't have gotten so many payoffs. So, yeah, you know, if I were to tell people who are getting into it, please do the side quests. They're not like much in the beginning, but they will build up to all of this and help funnel it back into the main scenario quest. So it feels like we now have a world to fight for. Especially with all the towns being hardened and the characters being hardened, it's more concrete and less ambiguous about. It's less abstract, you know, like what we are fighting for. So it is very important, the side quest in this game. Yeah, it's such a tragedy about you're talking about like the reveal of the hooded figure. Yeah. That's why it's like, I kept telling people who were going to get into it, oh my god, do Crystal Tower. But they told me, what? We will do it because it's required already. So the devs heard that and they were like, no, we got to require it now. So that is good. We start early, so ending early is good tonight. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, and again, if you need to get some rest or anything, please do not let us keep you. I'm just going to read all of the lore entries so that we really cleared all the content. Because this might be the last time.
I was wondering when next you'd visit.
So I'm just going to let the coffee wear off, if it will. And just like read all of these things before calling it a night. But for those who do have to go, I really appreciate you all being here on this journey. It feels like Final Fantasy XIV MSQ all over again. Like, yes, there were some big missteps. But I think I told you, Lishcast, like, it is good that we took the week off and I was able to get over my gut reaction of, oh, yuck, Xenos. But, like, for me, putting it into perspective, it is about the will to live, right? It wasn't just about the hunt to enjoy, which was Xenos. The whole game was about fighting for your will and your right. You're using your will to fight for the right to exist, to choose, to live on your own terms, to die on your own terms. They basically keep telling that to you, the audience. And I see that now in, you know, Barnabas and the people who conquered Waloed. It's understandable where they came from, with Ultima saying, look at that, look how terrible humanity is. Here's a way out. Will is the problem. And he believed that. And he was turned. As we saw, he was already Akashic. He just had great makeup until we beat him to a pulp and his makeup wore off and we saw that he was actually Akashic. So that is Barnabas. And in fighting us, I think it is more like he was inspired by us. So I'm gonna say that. Like, I felt like that just makes it so much more better for me. Like how to look at that scene. I'm still not happy, of course, with. I was also trying to think about why was I was expecting too much because my biases. I was trying to look into my biases, and I tend to have a bias where I just subconsciously really want the female characters in a story to really stand out and to do much more. Because, I don't know, I relate more to the female characters. And to not really get that out of Jill, it's like I was trying to ask for something that the game was really never going to provide. And perhaps I was asking too much. I don't know if I was asking too much. I don't think I was asking too much. Because for me, I think the way, like, if we were to say, how do we make Jill a more interesting character then? I really, really feel they dropped the ball with Jill as a character, not as a female character, but as a character among this whole cast. They really dropped the ball in Iron Kingdoms. We got nothing out of the Iron Kingdoms. You see how well they fleshed out Dhalmekia, Sanbreque. We even got to visit Sanbreque and Dhalmekia after, right? We got to visit the towns. They became quest hubs. And we got to know the people in the region. And we got to get hints of where they were and where they were going. We got none of that with the Iron Kingdoms. It is like cut content. And Jill was supposed to be, you know, that was supposed to be one of her homelands. And in a way, it turned into her prison. Like, when she was a prisoner of Rosaria, she said she was staying in that place where the volcano and everything. The lady that they introduced there, who helped Jill out, she was just there for what, 5 minutes, and we didn't even know who she was. It is just a shame. It is not only a terribly designed dungeon, but it is a missing nation. It is a missing nation in this whole place. It's like they totally forgot about them. And a casualty of that was bonding time with Jill and fleshing her out more and building upon that. It's just a shame. Like, we got that with Uncle Byron. Dion was never really set up to be like part of our party until the end here. But, you know, at least we had a quest with Harpocrates and Dion. I don't know. It's just, I was just asking for too much. And I was thinking, oh, okay. I realize that now. It's just that. I'm always like, that's all we get. But yeah. So that's what we have. That's the end of Jill. We're gonna see the end of all these characters. Dion, you learn about through the father and Terrence. Yeah, the father, Terrence, Joshua as well. Joshua, who was searching for Dion, right? And you know that they go way back as children, so they were part of that as well. You're right. We had scenes, we had meanwhile scenes, we had everything, but it's just, yeah, we just didn't get much. Overall, was a cast around her, because that's you and Joshua who goes to you for 5 years. Yeah. You're looking more into that, for sure. And in a way, it kind of matches what she felt. She felt, that's why I was kind of chuckling when Joshua was saying, Jill feels a bit different. She feels like lonely and left out. We have to remind her that she's still part of the family. In my head, I was like, yeah, I need a constant reminder of that, because you didn't get much of her. So in a way, it kind of works to that. Like, oh yeah, she was so isolated that even I forgot that we didn't have a quest for her. So, I mean, yeah. Now we reminded her, hey, you know, you're part of our family. We can see the world together, and I'd like to think that they will in the possible sequels that we're gonna get, because we still have so many things to explore in Valisthea. And I may not have played many FFs, but I already, before even ending it, I want to see more of it. And I feel like there's still so many stories that can still be told post Mother Crystal, post Ultima. It feels like actually an origin story for Valisthea, you know, like fighting for the freedom of Valisthea from this god entity, because we never even had fate in our own hands. So now, yeah, we'll see.
I have a few new notes that might interest you.
And since Jill was relying so much on, actually, I think that was the main problem.
Oh, fascinating excerpt I've been meaning to show you.
We have maximized it. We have filled the tomes. Everything is complete now. But yeah, I think that is spot on, Lichcast. That is essentially what Jill lacked. she lacked the cast around her. When we got to Iron Kingdoms, it was just that one servant lady who was there for like a minute. And we didn't even know who she was. She just told us who she was. And that is it. Like, there was no investment whatsoever there. Iron Kingdoms was potentially a cast that would have helped Jill out. But because Jill only had, as you said, me, Clive and Joshua. Clive and Joshua were busy with their own shit. Like, you can't really blame them as well. Joshua had to go on his own, be with the Undying, learn about Ultima. We play as Clive, and we're dealing with the main quest, the side quests. It's like, we can't keep catering to Jill, because we're the perspective of the audience, and we have so many things to worry about already as Clive, as the player. So you're totally right. Who else did Jill have a chance to be able to, to live and breathe and thrive in? So, but putting it into perspective, she didn't have a cast story-wise. She was alone. She was trapped. She was isolated. So, putting that into perspective, okay, maybe it was too much to ask of, considering like my biases for like wanting the female cast members to really shine. Anyway, I'm just gonna go through these lore entries. I'm happy we're able to fill in the tomes, and let's get the most out of this reverie. True, even with Mid burying her inventions, it doesn't close the door. Oh, you mean about like the future of this world, the future of the cast, the stories? Yeah, we could definitely like the airship and everything. Yeah, we could really even explore that. Like as much as I wanted an airship, Mid really makes it seem like, it's what if the wrong people get her technology? What if that happens? Because as you said, Mid was such a dangerous force for Ultima, for the world, for the realm. Mid and her engineers. Like, we already gave Bellows to Blackthorn's hometown, the blacksmith town. We gave Bellows to that. That is the beginning. Like, what are they gonna forge then? How are they gonna use the Bellows to better humanity in a post-Crystal Age? Plot of FF4 and FF9. The nation with the airships is the nation that becomes the belligerent. Ah, okay. Damn, maybe that is intentionally why... Maybe that is intentional then. Why Mid said that. Then if you played FF4 and FF9, you're like, yeah, maybe Mid was right. Maybe it's not... The world is not ready yet. So we'll see. That's something that can really explore as well. And the executors. Like... That, and also I talked to some people in the Undying, and the Undying, they were teasing, did you know, Clive, that there are other secret organizations in this game, in this world, that have like goals of their own? And then other NPCs teasing like, the lands beyond. Jill herself saying, I want to see the world. Valisthea is so small. After seeing all this, so like, yeah, we get it. There's more to explore. Reverie. An impossibly tall tower in Central Ash that seems to pierce the very heavens. It is built by Ultima when he first arrived in Valisthea. From its heights, he examined the flow of ether through the land and thereby determined the optimum placement for the mother crystals. Oh. So that's what these towers were for. To, I guess... study the ether flow. Yeah, good night, Lichcast. Thank you for tuning in, hanging out. I'm just gonna go through all of this, so yeah, definitely. Thank you for checking out the VODs and following us along for this journey. It has been so much less lonely, and it is just more exciting. Something I wish, I guess we're with Jill on that. Like, experiencing this world and story alone would have been such a different experience. So hopefully we'll see you for the finale, same time tomorrow. Have a good night. We're just gonna do this, and that's it. Yep, I'm excited for the finale as well. This is it. Unless they spring like 10 side quests on us. I doubt it though. I think we're done. We did all the side quests. We filled all the tomes. We did all the hunts. This is it. Just click that. Final duty. Final quest. Final boss. I'll see you for that. The Sins of Zemeckis. An incident in which the Fallen launched an assault on the Mother Crystal Zemeckis to claim its power, and in so doing, stoked the ire of Ultima himself. In response, the self-proclaimed god destroyed the crystal, leaving behind both a great yawning crater and a cautionary legend that has since spread throughout Valisthea. Yeah, isn't Ultima's spell like kind of like a dome? Blushing Peony, hello, thank you so much for thinking that this is a great stream. I do try, but we are winding down, just having story time here. Dominant. Those within whom sleeps the power of an icon. The Dominants are but a stepping stone in the creation of Ultima's perfect vessel, Mythos. When Ultima sowed the seeds of humanity, he imbued those assigned to protect each Mother Crystal with an elemental affinity, a power that would amplify over the generations until the icons eventually emerged. Though the memory of their power remains even after it is absorbed into Mythos, it takes an increasing toll upon their persons to summon it. The Fallen. An ancient civilization that thrived some thousands of years before the present day. Though no direct records of the Fallen remain, early legends in the modern corpus speak of them as the Men of Magitek, the pinnacle of whose magical technology was the airship, enormous cities that soared through the skies. Comparisons of the ruins of these airships and other ancient structures connected to Ultima reveal slight but marked differences, suggesting the former is but a close copy of the latter. Alas, it seems their pursuit of Ultima's most closely guarded secrets led to their downfall when they sent their fleet against Zemeckis and ushered in the tragedy that saw their civilization fall. The Ultima civilization. The ancient civilization of the godlike Ultima Collective. Their discovery of magic helped them to thrive, but came at a terrible cost. The onset of the Blight. After their cities fell and their people perished, the few survivors fled to the untouched land of Valisthea to lay the groundwork for their future revival. The Apothecary beneath Phoenix Gate and the Tower of Reverie in Waloed are both relics of their civilization and far predate those of the Fallen. So they effed up, went to another planet, and now effed this up. Areti Stone. A mysterious ceramic tablet that stands in the hideaway. Though it closely resembles a relic of the Fallen, the way in which it reacts to Clive's presence and urges him to unlock his hidden potential suggests some connection to Ultima. It is likely that this stone, as well as other towers of similar construction that dot the landscape, were created by the creature before he entered his slumber, in order to aid in the perfection of his vessel, Mythos. Yeah, all in preparation for us. Obelisk. Reminds me of a Mass Effect relay. Ancient technology of the Ultima Collective, set in place upon their advent to Valisthea in order to guide the flow of ether toward the Mother Crystals. That the land's life force might be harvested all the more readily. The obelisks are separate entities to the Mother Crystals themselves, so the latter's destruction does not affect the former's function. After Ultima cast Primogenesis, the resulting imbalance in the ether made these obelisks glow all the brighter. I did not notice. What about fast travel, though? The children of Zemeckis. The tribe who once dwelled in the lands surrounding the lost Mother Crystal of Zemeckis. This Mother Crystal communicated directly with Origin, from whence Ultima kept watch in the world from his slumber. And so, those people who lived around it had a closer relationship with their creator than most. Oh. Wait. It was they who founded the Circle of Malleus to keep the word of their lord and future savior alive. After the tragedy of Zemeckis and the first fall of humanity, the few survivors of the children of Zemeckis fled to the outer continent, where they continued to worship their god and await the day they would join him in paradise. Okay, so they were around a tribe around Zemeckis first. And then when it got nuked, they fled to the outer continent. And then they came back with Barnabas at the head and captured and conquered Waloed and Ash. The Savior Myth. Among the teachings of the Circle of Malleus is the story that the Lord Almighty delivered unto his children a prophecy of their future salvation before hiding himself away in the heavens, a myth that lived on in many of the folk religions that would later supplant it. Though long considered to be naught but a legend, it is possible that this reflects a real historical event, Ultima's final words to his humanity before he entered hibernation deep beneath Valisthea. The few remaining sources disagree on Ultima's precise wording, but on 4 points they all align: that on some future day of reckoning, the incarnation of the Lord would appear among mankind and remake the world; that the advent of this incarnation would be heralded by the emergence of several heavenly servants of great might; that the Lord's faithful should rally these servants together in order to bring the incarnation into being, and that for their loyalty, they would be rewarded with the greatest gladness, which was all a lie. Ultima's thralls. Soulless automata largely composed of ether whose only motivation is to see that their creator's will be done. Ultima gave them life upon first arriving in Valisthea and immediately tasked them with defending the realm's shores from any outside forces that might seek to interfere in his endeavors. The deity now employs them solely to test the strength and durability of his self-proclaimed vessel, Mythos. The Journal of Moss. The Annals of Moss the Chronicler, a scholar of Valisthean history who unearthed many of the buried secrets of Ultima and the Circle of Malleus. Shortly after he encountered a young Harpocrates in the outer continent and inspired the boy's own pursuit of learning, Moss returned to the twins, where his long years of wandering from ruin to relic in pursuit of the vestiges of Valisthea's past finally drew to a close.
If you have a question for me, I should be happy to answer it.
Alright, let's go to Bestiary, Persons, Land, and then Mysteries. I like the Mysteries of the Realm the best. Bestiary. Shiva. The Warden of Ice, of whom Jill Warwick is the current dominant. Long before the fall of the Fallen, where existed a tribe of northwestern storm known as the Motes of Ice, among whom the dominant of Shiva would be born. Tales of the Ice Queens of the Old North are passed down among the men and women of the Northlands to this day. Odin. The Warden of Darkness who rides into battle atop his 6-legged steed. I didn't notice that it's 6 legs. Black blade in hand. His latest dominant, King Barnabas of Waloed, a man scholars believe to be a descendant of the ancient Motes of Darkness, within whose line all dominants of Odin are born. However, they have as yet been unable to prove this point on account of no records of any Odins before Barnabas Tharm having come to light. Infernal Icon. A form long since discarded by Ultima that brings to mind Ifrit, the icon manifested by Clive. It is seemingly incomplete, lacking as it does the wings of the being created when Clive and Joshua combined the powers of Ifrit and the Phoenix. Interdimensional Ultima. In order to further test the strength of the vessel Mythos, Ultima lured both Clive and Joshua deep into the shadowy depths of his fractured mind, where he faced the brothers clad in the remnants of his erstwhile flesh, the infernal icon. Orcs, a species of beastman native to Ash. Though they were seen fighting alongside Waluder forces in both Dhalmekia and the free cities of Canva, the death of King Barnabas saw a shift in their allegiances, and they now bend the knee to Ultima and no other. Chimeras. That there might exist a creature so terrible, so twisted as a tricephalic I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. So twisted as the tricephalic horror that is the Chimera is a striking reminder of the madness of whatever deity first whispered life into them. It is not enough that the winged demons are both astonishingly aggressive and adept in the manipulation of ether, but they are also able to wield their influence over other beasts, commanding them like a field marshal might his regulars. Fortunately, they are seen only rarely and only deep in the deserts of Dhalmekia. Behemoths, towering agents of destruction known for their distinctive dual horns and a roar that can topple the mighty heavens. Simply, the mention of one has been known to instill fear in the hearts of even the most seasoned of warriors, and as such, few ever venture to hunt these beasts of legend, leaving them to roam the blackened hills of Ash undisturbed. That is, save the scant few the royal army has somehow remarkably managed to fetter and tame for deployment on the front lines of battle. Probably with the help of Ultima. Wait, I thought we read all the entries. Oh, scorpions. With pincers the size of boulders and a hooked tail as long as a chocobo tail, merely the sight of a scorpion is enough to strike fear into even the most hardened of warriors. That said, the poison contained in their stingers is actually far weaker than those of their lesser cousins, and is primarily used to stun rather than kill. They favor deserts and other hotter climes, and as such are fondly found mostly in Dhalmekia as well as the fiery mountains of the Iron Kingdom. That completes the bestiary of Final Fantasy XVI. Let's go with the lay of the land. Then people, then mysteries. The Cursebreakers. A unit drawn from those of fighting age and martial training among the residents of the Hideaway, who conduct operations to liberate bearers from slavery. Beginning in Cid's Hideaway, the Order has greatly expanded both its ranks and its operations since the move to Benamir. While Otto manages their activities, day-to-day operations are led by Doris and Cole. Potential new recruits must undergo rigorous training and pass an induction test before joining the Cursebreakers' ranks. It's like we're studying for an exam. The Undying. A secretive order who serve the Lords of Rosaria from the shadows. They revere the mighty Phoenix and its dominant and once presided over the rites of ancestral communion at Phoenix Gate. Few outside the Order know of its existence, even among the highest-ranking members of the Rosarian nobility. Their loyalty to His Grace Joshua Rosfield is absolute, and none among them would hesitate to lay down their lives for his sake. At his command, their efforts are currently devoted to uncovering the truth behind the mysterious being known as Ultima. Northreach, a town which once acted as a defensive gateway to Sunbreck's holy capital of Oriflamme. Not long after the skies took a turn for the ominous and most of the old capital was lost to an ether flood, the Imperial High Cardinal arrived with designs to build a new empire, but at great cost to the citizens of Northreach. It was at this time Ultima's thralls descended upon the fields both north and south of the Great Wall, forcing those citizens to choose between abandoning their town or fighting, and possibly dying, for those they loved. The people chose the latter, and after a hard-earned victory, the High Cardinal was finally convinced to join hands with Madame Isabel and a modicum of order was at long last restored. The Dhalmekian Republic, a nation formed from a federation of 5 smaller states, it is located in the southern half of the continent of Storm and has its capital at Randela. After the fall of Drake's Fang, a combined force of Akashic soldiers and orcs descended on the capital and came perilously close to destroying what little order remained. However, thanks to the intervention of Prince Dion Lesage of Sanbreque and his Knights Dragoon, disaster was averted at the last moment. Randela, the capital of the Dhalmekian Republic, it was once a thriving hub of commerce where merchants gathered from across Valisthea and people enjoyed a life of peace and prosperity under the guidance of the Parliament of Ministers who oversaw the nation's affairs from the safety of the Minister of Law. Since Ultima brought about Primogenesis, however, Randala's streets have been all but abandoned to Akashic Waluder soldiers and beastmen on the hunt for flesh. See, like, the capitals themselves, we got a glimpse of, like, Oriflamme, the twins and everything, but we never really got to explore them as major cities, right? So if they do make a sequel, I'd love to, like, see this world come to life, see these capitals come to life. But given that the whole population, entire populations have been decimated, they're probably gonna keep it small. Like the Dalimil Inn. A literal oasis, Dalimil offers goods, food, and respite to those travelers who make the long march through western Dhalmekia's sweltering Velcroid desert. Since the fall of Drake's Fang, however, what was once a constant flow of visitors has dried to all but a trickle, leaving the town in dire straits and tensions amongst its citizens high. When faced with a horde of Akashic bandits beating at both their gates, Lubor, renowned blacksmith, convinced the town guard and its league of merchants to put aside their differences and join hands to fight for their people's survival. For his accomplishment, he earned not only the respect of his peers, but with it the position of mayor, despite being a bear. Terratina, a humble settlement situated on the far northern edge of western Dhalmekia's Velcroid Desert. Though long abandoned by its original residents, the so-called League of Outlaws had taken up residence here for a time, but the sudden arrival of an ether flood rendered the bandits Akashic, all but sealing the village's fate. Kretov, a small Dhalmekian village of bean farmers and goat herds built in the shadow of fallen ruins. Though located at the edge of the fields of Korava on a caravan trail that runs through Tatan's Wake to the free cities of Ganver, it has historically received few visitors, as most merchants choose instead to take the less perilous Gilded Path north. It receives even fewer now that plague has taken the lives of most of its residents. Kretov. The Kingdom of Waloed, the sole surviving nation in Ash. Shortly after the death of Barnabas Tharm, scion of Zemeckis and Catspaw of Ultima, Drake's head has shattered, leaving the capital of Stonehere without Mother Crystal and King. Stonehere, capital of the Kingdom of Waloed, located on the coast of Frigg's Calm, Ash's northmost bay. Its Mother Crystal, Drake's Spine, was eventually destroyed by Sid and his allies, but by this time the city had already been lost, its leader perished atop a distant spire, its citizens reduced to mindless thralls, and its streets cleaned by orcs and masterless beasts. Damn. Drake's Spine, a Mother Crystal that towered over Stonehere, capital of the Kingdom of Waloed. The fall of Drake's tail meant that, for a brief moment, it was the last remaining Mother Crystal in Valisthea. That moment, however, ended abruptly when the spine fell, following Clive's otherworldly struggle with Ultima. The fall of Drake's Spine. In the year 878, the Waluder capital of Stonehere, already besieged by Akashic and Beastmen, was rocked yet further by the destruction of its Mother Crystal, Drake's Spine, at the hands of Sid the Outlaw and his companions. Veldermark, formerly the most powerful kingdom in Ash, until Barnabas Tharm led his armies in rebellion against its rule and established his own kingdom of Waloed upon its still smoking ruins. Ravenwit Walls. Ravenwit's towering ramparts fills the narrow valley betwixt two adjacent peaks, creating a nigh impenetrable barrier that serves to protect the royal capital of Stonehere from armies that might attempt an approach from the southwest. Once manned by a garrison of hundreds, the walls are now empty, save for a handful of orcs and those beasts of war that managed to escape from their pens. Balmung Dark. A Colosseum-like prison located immediately north of Ravenwit Walls in the Kingdom of Waloed. Bearers sent here became the unfortunate subjects of an ambitious military endeavor designed to train untrainable beasts of war. When the kingdom fell, and the wardens lost their wills to the Aether, those same bearers were left in their cells to starve, which most did. Gjallarhorn. An aging fortress in the western reaches of the Kingdom of Waloed. Similar to other constructs across Valisthea, the keep appears to have been built on the site of ancient ruins, and it was in an underground chamber not unlike Phoenix Gate's apothecary that a fully intact rendition of Ultima's iconical pantheon was discovered. The Royal Knights of Waloed. The Kingdom of Waloed's main battlefield forces, also known as the Kingsguard. At Ultima's instruction, King Barnabas supplemented his ranks with orcs, creating a hybrid force which he duly dispatched to wreak havoc across Valisthea. Even after Barnabas' death, the chaos Ultima had sown with the casting of Primogenesis continued to spread, dooming the better part of the late king's army to end their days as mindless Akashic thralls. Esla. A settlement situated in mining country in the center of Waloed. The miners made homes among their excavations and lived there with their families. However, with the advent of the Arcade, its residents disappeared, and now the village is all but deserted. Mickelberg. A settlement situated in the south of Waloed. After being abandoned by its former residents, it became something of a gathering place for followers of the Savior cult recently arisen on Ash, leading the Undying to dispatch an investigative mission there. Garnick. An idyllic mountain village in the Kingdom of Waloed, or at least what remains of it. Here, an old acquaintance of Harpocrates made his home, quietly amassing a vast collection of rare tomes before Ultima and Barnabas' machinations rendered the realm Akashic and stripped him of his very will. The Badbach Conservatory, a dilapidated orphanage for bearers that sits upon a hill overlooking the verdant plains of Vidargrace in Waloed. The children who lived here were not cared for, but rather experimented on, enduring harrowing tortures designed to turn them into fearless, mindless weapons. An education that few were to survive. The Crystalline Dominion, a once independent state straddling the continents of Storm and Ash. Sanbrequois dominance here, and with it any semblance of order, was brought crashing down in the bloody coup led by Prince Dion Lesage. Not long afterward, Twinside's luckless inhabitants were subjected to further misfortune when the fall of the realm's final mother crystal at Drakespine caused an ancient construct to rise from beneath their city, sowing death and devastation in its wake, and effectively decimating the already reduced populace. I forgot. Oh man, the whole city. Terrible. The Silverbeak Consortium, one of the largest and most prestigious trading houses in Dhalmekia, who sought to scout Eloise. Their mercantile operations extend far beyond the borders of the Republic, as Eloise learned when they stepped in at the last moment to purchase the bearers for which the Crimson Caravans had long been bargaining with the army, and sell them on to a trader from the outer continent. In truth, they had been interested in the trade from the very start, and only withheld making their own offer as a courtesy to Eloise, one that was rescinded after she failed to respond positively to their offer to her. And who knows, in a sequel, we might see Eloise tracking down this shipment to the outer continent. The Naldia Narrow. A region of sea south of the Strait of Otha, lying between the continents of Storm and Ash. The trading ports of the free cities of Canver dot its western shores, making it the busiest stretch of commercial water in all of Valisthea. Though her currents are swift, storm-free skies and abundance of marine life allow the Narrow to serve as the source of much of the region's food. I thought there was something about like the water that kind of killed the marine life. Savior Cult. A religion that has arisen in recent years in Ash, which has its basis in the Circle of Malleus, an ancient faith whose followers worshipped Ultima as a god. It is popularized by King Barnabas. An ancient faith whose followers worship Ultima as a god. It is popularized by King Barnabas Tharm of Walud, who spread its prayers and ritual amongst his people. Believers see becoming Akashic as a means of achieving purity and of being freed from the torments of the mortal realm. The Triunity of 878. An alliance formed by Lord Byron Rosfield of the Seven Eye Houses in the comfort of his well-appointed mansion in Port Isolde. According to the agreement reached between those he summoned to his aid, Lord Rosfield would take charge of supplies, Field Marshal Eugen Havel of military affairs, and Quintin of Lostwing would handle political affairs. With these key angles covered, they hope to lead Valisthea forward on a path of unity. Given their home countries of Rosaria, Dalmekia, and Sanbrek respectively, the name of the famed treaty of old all but suggested itself. See, that's like so much potential here for a sequel. The Interdimensional Rift. A place beyond space and time, termed both a rift between worlds and our darkness by its creator, Ultima. Clive and Joshua were forcibly summoned here by the mad deity when they ventured too close to the heart of Drake's spine. Upon fighting their way free, the pair emerged to find that their victory over Ultima had resulted in the shattering of the Mother Crystal. Oh. Clive Rosfield, dominant of the second icon of fire, Ifrit. Unlike the other dominants, Clive has the curious power to absorb icons from their hosts and wield their strength as his own. The being, known as Ultima, appears to crave this same power, identifying Clive as Mythos, a vessel for power unlimited. However, Clive refuses to surrender himself to Ultima's will, making of this godlike being another enemy in his fight to build a world where people can live on their own terms. Joshua Rosfield, dominant of the Phoenix and younger brother of Clive. His researches into Ultima culminate in the revelation that the creature's true form is one and the same with Ifrit risen. The creature he and his brother transformed into... Thank you for the care package, Zen. We're just like studying now. We're studying before the end. Ugh. Stretch. We're gonna finish FF16 tomorrow, Zen. Yeah. Josh was his younger brother? Thank you so much. Dominant of the Phoenix and younger brother of Clive. His researches into Ultima culminate in the revelation that the creature's true form is one and the same with Ifrit risen. The creature he and his brother transformed into in the skies above the crystalline dominion. His grip upon the creature he sealed away inside himself by the altar of Drake's head ever fading. He swears to stand with Clive and fight their fate until the end. You're still not exactly sure what exactly is sealed within Joshua. Like, is this just an aspect of Ultima? Well, he is very mature for his age, right? Jill Warwick, dominant of Shiva and trusted confidant of Clive, leader of the new hideaway. Born a princess of the Northern Territories, Jill was made a ward of Rosaria after her father, the Silvermane's incessant raids were quelled. After her father, the Silvermane's incessant raids were quelled by the duchy. She entrusted her icon to Clive after he was bested by King Barnabas, that he might have the strength to fight their fate to the last. Torgal, Clive's faithful friend. After the two were separated in the tragedy at Phoenix Gate, Torgal continued to search for his missing master, sniffing out anything that bore Clive scent and carrying it home to their secret island hideaway. It is during one of his forays in the mainland, that he encountered Sid, who took the lonely Torgal in, fashioning an anklet for the lovelorn pup, which he treasures to this day. Dion Lesage, dominant of Bahamut, Warden of Light. Before he joined the Dragoons, Dion spent his youth studying, that he might assist his father in ruling the Empire. On returning with Clive and Joshua to the hideaway, he is reunited with his old tutor, Harpocrates, who inspires in him a renewed determination to bring Ultima's evil to an end. Sleipnir Harbard, Lord Commander of the Kingdom of Waloed's armies. He was in fact a magical creation of Odin, and when his master primed, Sleipnir followed, taking the form of the icon's six-legged steed. He was his horse. But an EG cannot exist without its icon, and when Barnabas died, so too did he. Barnabas Tharm, King of Waloed and dominant of Odin, the Warden of Darkness. Scion of a tribe that crossed the seas to Valisthea from the southern continent many centuries before, Barnabas remained a zealous adherent of their ancient religion, the Circle of Malleus. Tasked by his god Ultima to assist with the perfection of his vessel, Barnabas put mythos to the test, at last judging Clive worthy and surrendering his strength to him with his dying breath. Gav, Sid's faithful scout, now one of Clive's closest and most trusted allies. Born the youngest son of a large family, he had always longed to be a big brother. However, just as his mother was ready to give birth to the sister he had impatiently awaited, his entire family were slain in an imperial raid on his village. Now, he has a new family in the members of the hideaway and swears to protect them where his younger self could not. Blackthorn, resident blacksmith of Clive's hideaway, he originally hails from Dravosht in the far-flung desert wastes of Dalmekia, where he and Zoltan both prenticed. After an ether flood filled the nearby mines and the town was set upon by Akashic beasts, he rode to Dravosht's defense, settling the bad blood between them once and for all. Together, he and Zoltan forged the Ragnarok, the legendary blade whose designs were bequeathed them by the master, Vulcan. Midadol Telamon, adoptive daughter of Sid. Adoptive daughter of Sid? I thought he was like the child of Benedicta and Sid. I guess we were wrong. Adoptive daughter of Sid, who saved her from the streets as a girl and raised her as his own. And raised her as his own he did, the young mid following in her father's footsteps in perfecting his design for the Mithril engine. Though she fears the completed engine might be used for ill if the designs were to fall into the wrong hands, the dream of flight that she and her father shared is too great to see consigned to the dustbin of history. And so, she continues to labor that one day that dream might become reality. Harpocrates II Hyperboreos, the hideaway's resident historian. Before meeting Sid and moving in with his band of outlaws, Harpocrates dwelled in much grander surroundings, the Imperial Palace, where he served as tutor to Prince Dion. He bears a deep and lingering affection for his former charge, and on reuniting with Dion in the hideaway, presented him with the gift of a wild wyvern tail that he might be reminded of the goodness within him and not punish himself unduly. Vivian Ninetails, a scholar and strategist who makes her home in the hideaway, offering her insight to Clive that he might better understand the lay of the land. Excuse me. Once a professor at the University of Canver, her dogged pursuit of the truth earned her the enmity of some of her less scrupulous colleagues. After learning of a plot on her life, she fled to the hideaway and has been slowly but surely warming to her new surroundings ever since. Ember. Young Ardbert, a curse breaker in training who wishes to make of himself a scout that he might follow in the footsteps of his idol, Gav. Though his test did not proceed entirely smoothly, he showed enough promise to warrant being accepted into the ranks for now. Owain, one of Mid's assistants tasked with bringing to life her designs for new inventions that might assist the residents of the hideaway in their day-to-day lives, and one day, perhaps, all the people of the Twins. Doris, captain of the Cursebreakers, who directs their bear-liberating operations. She learns that Chadwick, fellow bearer and brother-in-arms who helped her escape her former master, met his untimely end in the cursed depths of the Balmung Dark. He died the same hero he was in life, having fought until the bitter end to save the life of a young bearer girl. Doris swears to keep fighting herself, that his legacy might live on. Quentin, the inscrutable landlord of Lost Wing's Tavern. After the village was swallowed by an ether flood, he and the survivors of his Lost Wing family labored to build a new village in Goltan's Bales. However, Clive convinces him to join his uncle's Triunity and put his oratorial skills to use not merely in leading Lost Wing, but in restoring order to the entire realm. Martha, landlady of the Golden Stables, the tavern at the heart of Martha's Rest. Her efforts to save bearers from the bonds of thraldom began before she met Sid, and like him, she dreams of a world where bearers can live on their own terms. To this end, she nourishes the seeds of a better world that she and the Guardians of the Flame have planted in Eastpool. Isabel, proprietress of the Vale, Northreach's foremost house of ill repute. Before coming to Northreach, she was Carla, a courtesan of the nobility in the Crystalline Dominion. However, she was forced to flee when she fell in love with a bearer. The Vale took them in, and though her love was not to survive, her gratitude to the people of Northreach lives on to this day. Philippe, former Imperial soldier of the Northreach garrison who left his post after the Duke of Oriflamme took over. He elected instead to form a new town watch, that he might better protect the town and those he loves, Isabel chief among them. After leading the defense of Northreach against a throng of thralls, he reconciles with the Duke, and they pledge to combine their forces to see the town safe. Victor, a friend of Clive's cause who keeps an ever-attentive vigil on the comings and goings in Dalmekia. After being caught up in the bandits' raids on Dalimil during an excursion to its famous markets and lending Clive and Lubor his aid in bringing the town together, Victor developed a fondness for the place. He began making regular visits, becoming firm friends with Lubor and earning the trust of the townspeople. Lubor, Forge Master of the Briar's Kiss, the finest smithy in Dalimil, and mayor of the town. After his bearerhood was revealed, he was almost driven from Dalimil by the disapproving townspeople. However, they were convinced to change their preconceptions after Lubor led the defense of the town from a horde of Akashic bandits, and with the support of both the Pound Guard and the Merchants Guild, he won the mayoralty. Drika, an orphan who lost her parents to the Iron Blood's most recent crusade. She fled towards Dalimil, finding a new family in Renz, a fellow Orphan, along the way. The two were starving by the wayside when Lubor found them and took them in, adding a new elder brother to the patchwork family. She's a kind and caring soul who enjoys nothing more than listening in on the conversations of the townspeople, whether they know it or not. Renz, an orphan who lost his parents to the Iron Blood's latest crusade. He fled towards Dalimil, finding a new family in Drika, a fellow orphan, along the way. The two were starving by the wayside when Lubor found them and took them in, adding a new elder brother to the patchwork family. He is a frank and forceful soul who enjoys nothing more than watching the townspeople at work and helping them with their tasks, whether they need it or not. Eloise, owner of the Crimson Caravans, a highly esteemed porterage firm in Boklad, eldest child and heir apparent of a successful Canvarian trading house, Eloise abandoned her birthright in order to save her younger brother Theodore, who her parents would have seen branded after his powers awakened. After Theodore lost his life before her eyes, she swore to continue their work to free bearers, that his death might not be in vain. Theodore, porter and guard for the Crimson Caravans, the porterage firm that he runs with his beloved sister Eloise. Theodore lost his life to his own blade after being taken by an ether flood whilst trying to protect the haven he had built for bearers from a rampaging dragon, wishing his sister a long and happy life with his final breaths. Zoltan, chief of the Dalmacian smithing town of Dravozd, whose skill in etching metal far eclipses Blackthorn's own. After the latter aided Zoltan and his town in overcoming the twin threats that faced them, an absence of ether that rendered their forges useless, and a surfeit of it that unleashed an Akashic horde against its gates, the two were reconciled at last, each gaining a newfound admiration for each other's talents. Cyril, a senior member of the Undying known as the Bearer of the Burning Quill. He and his order devote their lives to the service of the Phoenix and do not fear death, so long as it comes in the course of their duties. Though Clive takes exception to what appears at first glance a pointless waste of human life, the two come to see each other eye to eye, Cyril expressing a deep gratitude for the regard Clive shows his fallen comrades. Yote, a member of the Undying, a secret society sworn to protect and serve the Rosfields of Rosaria and the dominant of the Phoenix, who is always born in their line. While it is her sworn duty to serve and protect Joshua Rosfield, her true feelings for him run far deeper. Even after Joshua relieved her of her obligation to protect him and tasked her to protect Clive's hideaway instead, still she worries for the sickly prince's health. Elwyn Rosfield, late Archduke of the Grand Duchy of Rosaria and father of Clive and Joshua. During his reign, he strove to bring an end to the mistreatment of bearers and his people's reliance on magic, a mission that he knew would meet with fierce opposition from the court nobility, and would not be achievable within his lifetime. That his sons might follow in his footsteps, he fashioned for them a pair of matching armbands to give them strength when all stood against them. Sir Wade, a loyal shield of Rosaria and leader of the Guardians of the Flame, who fight to see the duchy restored. In Eastpool, he finds a new purpose, to not merely lead his guardians against their enemies, but to lead his village in pursuit of a brighter future for man and bearer both. Byron Rosfield, younger brother of the late Archduke Elwyn and warden of Port Isolde. Together with Field Marshal Eugen Havel and Master Quintin of Lostwing, he founds the Tri-Unity, an accord that sets out how the nobles, armies, and common folk of Valisthea shall come together to see the crises that blight the realm, want of food, water, security, and shelter, ended and order restored. The High Cardinal, first and foremost of the 5 cardinals who made up the Council of Elders, second only to the Holy Emperor and the Imperial Government. After the fall of the Crystalline Dominion and the collapse of said government, His Eminence reappeared in Northreach, planning to turn the town into a new capital for a new Sanbreque. However, when the people rallied behind Isabel instead, he realized that he must work with the common folk, not lord over them. Sabine, only daughter of the Duke of Oriflamme, who fomented revolt. Again, I like that word, fomenting. Fomented. Like in Andor, they're fomenting rebellion. Only daughter of the Duke of Oriflamme, who fomented revolt against her father's plans to fortify Northreach at the townspeople's expense. After the Duke is convinced of the error of his ways, the two are reconciled and pledge to work together with the people of Northreach to build a town for all her citizens. Sir Terence, Second in command of the Dragoons, Terence is both Prince Dion's faithful bodyguard and his lover. He joined the prince in his ill-starred coup in the Crystalline Dominion, and after somehow surviving the disaster that followed, went with him again in the relief of Randella. It was here that Dion finally released Terence from his service, begging him to care for the orphan girl Kihel. She has a name now! That those to whom he is indebted might be spared further danger. Or did we not hear him call her Kihel? Eugen Havel, former Field Marshal of the Dalmekian Republic. At the insistence of his old friend and rival, Byron Rosfield, he was convinced to return to the front lines in the defense of the realm, using his old military connections to bring the dissipated armies of Valisthea back under control. The Republican Prime Minister, leader of the Dalmekian Parliament, not seen since the collapse of the Republican government following the death of Kupka and the fall of the Fang. Whether he was killed in the chaos or fled to save his own skin, no one knows. Sequel. Medicine Girl, Kihel. An orphan girl who pays for her bread by making and selling medicines. Her travels took her from Dalmekia to the Crystalline Dominion, where she nearly lost her life when the city was all but destroyed by Bahamut. After the flames died down, she labored to mend the wounds of the injured townspeople, eventually coming across a collapsed Prince Dion, who she nursed back to health. Edda, a young woman with child who made her home in the Waluder village of Esla. After the arcade sky spread across the land, her fellow villagers turned Akashic and departed for reverie, leaving her alone, afraid and in hiding. By fortune, she was found by Clive and Gav, who took her back to the safety of the hideaway. It is speculated that the reason she survived is because the child growing inside her is a bearer, and thus more able to resist the effects of ether. I hope it is not cursed. This Edda deserves a happy ending. Alright, last one. Mysteries of the Realm, the Mother Crystals. Enormous glassy mountains that once towered over the lands of Valisthea, providing the crystal that the people of the twins relied upon in their everyday lives, while at the same time leeching ether from the earth. Clive and Joshua learned that they were planted here by Ultima for that very purpose, that the creature might accumulate enough ether to cast a supremely powerful spell, one that would remake the world. Deadlands. Barren wastes where the ether has dried up entirely and no longer gives the land life. Not only does this render magic all but unusable, but the ground and water are also stained darkest black, and not even the smallest seedling grows. Little to the knowledge of most Valistheans, the spreading blight is in fact driven by the mother crystals that drain away the land's ether for Ultima's ends. Though the beings flew to Valisthea to escape the blight, overuse of magic by the human civilizations that followed only succeeded in despoiling this last unblemished land. Which is why Ultima's so angry at us. Magic! The art of channeling ether to make one's imagination manifest. Bearers and dominants can cast magics without a crystal, but this comes at a cost relative to the amount of ether channeled, the crystal's curse that petrifies their flesh. For this reason, Ultima's incorporeal form prevents him from casting the supremely powerful spell, with which he means to remake the world. And so, he seeks a vessel strong enough to withstand the torrents of ether required. Makes sense. Glasheim Wall. A vast ethereal dome created by King Barnabas Tharm using the power of the icon Odin. It is not only capable of repelling assaults both corporeal and magical, but will also consume any who might endeavor passage across its bounds. Spanning from the mining settlement of Esla in the south to Frigg's Calm in the north, the barrier effectively blocks any approach to the Waluder capital of Stonehere for hundreds of leagues. Icon. shattered aspects of Ultima's power given flesh by human hosts. It is the two Wardens of Fire, Phoenix and Ifrit, who together comprise his perfect form. The icons of the lesser elements serving as sacrifices to Mythos' altar in order to test and bolster the vessel's strength. Wow, lesser elements, really? The unbranded. Most bearers are identified soon after birth and marked with the slave brand, but a fortunate few are not and remain unbranded. An unbranded bearer can live like any other man or woman so long as their knack for magic remains a closely guarded secret. Should it be revealed, however, they are denounced as liars and imposters and dealt the severest punishment. Airship. So close yet so far. Legend has it that the people of the Fallen once sailed through the skies in the bellies of these ships, though all now lie shattered and silent on the surface below. The Invincible, in which Clive and his allies have built their new hideaway, being one such relic. So advanced was the Fallen's technology, it is nigh indistinguishable from magic, leading a historian of the early modern era to remember them as the Men of Magitech or Men of Magical Technology. It is Mid's dream to bring this technology back to life, that humanity might take flight once more. Ancient Mural. A religious image of the Circle of Malleus, an ancient faith that worshipped both the Mother Crystals and Ultima. It depicts the icons arranged in adoration of a central figure thought to be Ultima, the god that rules above them all. Joshua discovers an unblemished version in the depths of the Waluder stronghold of Galarhorn, and learns that the figure thought to be Ultima is in fact that of Ifrit risen. Ifrit and the Phoenix united as one. The Deluge of Blood. A great war that occurred in ancient times between the few who bear the blessing and the many who do not. It ended in decisive victory for the unblessed masses and the signing of the Continental Accord, which cemented the systemic subjugation of the bearer minority. It is not until 100 years later that the first icons were to emerge, their human hosts being named Dominants after the savior myth of the Circle of Malleus, which held that the Lord's return would be heralded by the appearance of his heavenly servants most wondrous and most dominant. Such was the awesome power of these creatures that the authorities had no option but to exempt them from the system of slavery, announcing them to be something other than a lowly bearer and deserving of the highest honor, lest they should side with their fellow oppressed and bring a second deluge upon the master's heads, of course. Akashic. The irreversible change brought about by a living being's overexposure to ether. Creatures are stripped of any intelligence or sense of self they may once have had and become suffused with life force, usually manifesting as extreme strength and aggression. Ultima's casting of Primogenesis turned much of mankind directly, gifting Barnabas his Akashic army, and with despair they wrought, he sought to strip the wills of the rest, making them, in his eyes, pure. Great beasts. The behemoths and Fafnirs of the realm, large, dangerous beasts to whom all others bow. These creatures ruled for generations as the kings of great forests or tall peaks, only to be driven from their homes by the blight and forced into unwelcome contact with humanity. They tend to have little tolerance for ethereal exposure, so it is common for them to turn Akashic on the merest contact with an ether flood. Slave traders. Those who make their coin buying and selling bearer slaves. While the trade is highly regulated, a slave is a valuable asset, and so there is a thriving black market in stolen and unregistered bearers. What registration are we even talking about? It's the same brand. Doris's former master was just such a black market trader who trained her abducted charges as killers for hire. Knowing that if the branded was caught in the act, their ownership records could not lead the constabulary to her door. The Executors, a shadowy cabal who control the truth of the realm by collecting and concealing any knowledge they believe should remain hidden. They appear to view themselves as the guardians of humanity, protecting people from what would only cause them pain. From a distance, the shameful history of the enslavement of bearers is but one of the books the Executors would see expunged from the public record. The Assassin's Creed they are not. The Enterprise, the Hideaway's Mithril engine-powered flagship, designed by the father and daughter team of Sidolphus and Midadol Telamon to serve as a last hope for the humanity should all of Valisthea be lost to the Blight, and constructed in secret in the ironworks on the outskirts of Canver. The mithril with which it is fueled is a highly concentrated source of energy, allowing the ship to achieve speeds thrice that of a galleon at full mast. The Einherjar, the flagship of the Woluder Navy, also known as the Black Galleon, is a vast 7-masted vessel constructed of 3 conjoined galleys, and could aptly be described as a floating fortress. Alongside the Royal Cavalry, it is the pride of Wolude and is capable of swiftly delivering elite troops onto enemy soil to make war in the name of the mighty Odin. Jill was kept prisoner here after being captured by King Barnabas. Wyvern Tail, the elegant white flower that is a symbol of the Holy Empire of Sanbreque. From its roots is distilled a dye with which the bearer's brand is inscribed. The dye is highly poisonous when it enters the bloodstream, and so it not uncommon for bearers to lose their lives either upon receiving their brand or during an inexpert attempt to remove it. While cultivated wyvern tails bear white blossoms, those that grow in the wild adopt a purple hue, very symbolic for Dion. Giselle greens, the leafy green vegetable loved by chocobos. Such as the bird's attraction to its scent, traders who transport them by the wagon load must seal the boxes tightly lest they should find themselves accosted by a flock of wild bows on the road. Though most Giselle greens are grown for chocobo fodder, they can be eaten by humans too, provided one trims away the toughest fibers and boils the fleshy leaves in salt water until soft. From a distance, a tome that lays bare the buried truth of the avarice and vanity of mankind. Upon its publication, the powers that be did everything in their power to inherit once more, along with its author. It tells the history of the bearers, those once worshipped and adored as bearers of the heavenly blessing, earning them the moniker they hold to this day, and how they came to be despised, oppressed, and enslaved by the unblessed masses. The shadowy executor seize any copy that surfaces in order to protect humanity from the painful knowledge contained within its pages, or so they claim. Mythos, Ultima's name for the vessel of limitless powers that he has long awaited. He identifies Clive as this mythos by virtue of his awakening as a dominant of Ifrit and having the power to absorb the ether of other icons. Ultima manipulates his servants into pitting Clive against the other dominants, that he might drink of their strength and bring Mythos closer to perfection. It is all part of the plan. Will. That which separates humans from animals and is given shape by consciousness, a sense of self, and a freedom of thought. Even when one is deprived of other freedoms, it is one's will that drives the pursuit of true liberty. To Ultima, however, human will is a sickness that prevents them from taking their proper divine forms, that of the Akashic who blindly serve his own purposes. To this end, he casts Primogenesis, transforming much of humanity into his soulless servants. The bonds of consciousness. The fellow feeling that binds a person with those they love and who love them. Power of love and friendship. So long as these bonds remain strong, so too does a human's grip upon their will. Ultima casts Primogenesis in order to sever these bonds of consciousness, that humanity might lose their wills and turn Akashic, and that his vessel might be perfected. Sin. I was just asking about this. I think Lichcast might be right. What is the sin? In Ultima's eyes, mankind's greatest sin is the awakening of free will. Spot on, Lichcasts. His servants straying from the path their creator laid out for them and forging one of their own. However, Clive contends that this is a sin by which Ultima is equally bestained. And indeed, if humanity is indeed Ultima's creation, does not their every action, every emotion stem from him? Yeah, Ultima's like, ah, shit, I didn't calculate this. The creator probably would have been, another creator probably would have been very proud. It's like, oh, my babies, they have achieved sentience. They have developed a will. Primogenesis. A spell cast by Ultima that cast a roiling pall over all Valisthea. The unbalance in the ether that resulted not only sapped the potency of crystals and magic in those lands that remained livable, but filled the rest with floods, turning men and beasts into mindless, merciless Akashic. All to sap the wills of mankind and make all of humanity into his soulless servants. The Arche, I think they pronounce it like that. The dark, ill-omened skies unleashed when Ultima brought about primogenesis. The word Arche is used only on Ash, where the coming of the cursed skies has long been foretold as a harbinger of the end of all things. And with that, we have read every lore entry. We have done every...
Did you learn everything you needed?
Side quest, every hunt, every memory. We are ready to end where it began in Origin. I'll see everyone tomorrow for the finale. Double checking. Map is clear. Hunt marks are dead. All that remains, Origin. Alright, everyone. Cannot believe we've been playing for 73 hours. Cannot believe that. It just flew by. Because the game is fun. The game is really fun. And I'm glad that I've taken to a weekly release schedule. Weekly stream schedule. Because it allowed me to process the story a bit more. Rather than like just binging it in 1 week. And, you know, having all the feelings be embroiled and clashing with each other and all that. So I actually am back to appreciating it again for its strengths and its highlights. Its lows not really marring the fantastic heights it is able to achieve and the sheer potential that this could be for tons of spin-off series. And, you know, it is critically acclaimed. It is a console seller. And once more people get to experience Final Fantasy XVI, I really hope it encourages them to explore more Final Fantasy like this. What's next? How will it all conclude? We're gonna find out tomorrow and see where Valisthea will be left. But I am fairly confident it'll be left in capable hands. And Valisthea has a future not only within Valisthea itself, but perhaps in the Final Fantasy franchise as a whole. I would hate to say goodbye to this cast, which we only really started to get to know at the end of all things. And we saw the culmination of a lot of side quest lines, which culminated fairly well. Again, though, very basic gameplay and quest design, not very varied whatsoever. Doesn't really feel like a role-playing game, but I would say it's a very emotional and impactful action game that didn't really feel like it dragged on too much. I didn't even feel 80 hours pass by. I guess there was maybe one point where it kind of lulled, like right after the first Mother Crystal, the Iron Kingdom section, and what followed after that. It took a while to pick up again, but when it did, it picked up again. Holy crap. And then last week, I just had flashbacks of a villain I didn't like from FF14, but taking the week off to really think about it, it got me back on track to, you know, what they were trying to do with these characters, where they're trying to go in terms of the themes. And though I would, of course, some characters have been left wanting due to perhaps lack of supporting cast for them, as Lich cast well put, or a lack of simple content, which would have been nice to flesh them out some more. Overall, it's just Clive is just an amazing protagonist, an amazing MC to step into the shoes off. Like a stellar performance all throughout. He's just so good. And he was able to carry it for the entirety of the game and really made the scenes fun to watch. Like the cast in general, really great. And I cannot believe it's going to be over tomorrow. But there are so many stories to be told, so many other games to play, and so many things to write and share with everyone. And I am just so grateful that I have you all here supporting the channel, coming every stream, and just constantly surprising me with your familiar presence. I would never have expected to be here at this moment talking about games this way, and I just really hope we continue to entertain and inspire, and I really hope you all have a great day. For anyone who may be lurking, if you did enjoy this content, and if you haven't already, please do consider hitting that follow button and checking us out on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. Our Discord is also open 24/7. If you have thoughts you want to share or anything you want to talk about, games you might want to run, I hope to be able to provide more original content to you in the future and just overall grow and be better. And this all thanks to your support, your presence, and everyone who's been donating like gift subs and everything. And I'm just so grateful for that. So thank you for making this a very memorable journey in more ways than one. And we are going to close the chapter on Final Fantasy XVI. And we'll see what we have for you next week. But for now, prepare for tomorrow, same time. We will be going full speed ahead into the Final Fantasy XVI finale. Until then, I gotta get some rest and be prepared. It's gonna be such an awesome stream. I'm just so excited, and I really hope it'll end well and that we all have something to experience and share and be happy about. Thanks, everyone. Wow. What a journey. What a journey. Thanks, everyone. And as always, welcome to the table. Have a good one and take care. Bye-bye.